The Rules Committee will come to order. We have been making extraordinary progress on the President's Buildback Better bill. The President outlined his new framework this morning, and that's reflected in the updated Rules Committee print. As we will hear today, this bill includes the largest effort to combat climate change in American history, the most transformative investment in child care in generations, and the biggest expansion of health care in a decade. It accomplishes all of this while being paid for, by making large corporations finally pay their fair share. Today, we're going to do something that used to be routine. In the light of day, we are going to talk and respectfully listen to each other, and we're going to educate members of Congress and the American people about what's in this bill and why it is so important that we act. There are a lot of great things in this bill, and the good news is we can continue to perfect it before we send it to the House floor. Now, I have to tell you, the proudest and most consequential vote of my career so far was for the Affordable Care Act. It expanded care, strengthened coverage, cut costs, and no longer made being a woman in America a pre-existing condition. And at the end of the day, the bill before us is larger and broader in scope, making not only health care more affordable, but also strengthening family care and combating climate change. It will be transformational. This is what congressional hearings used to be all about, talking about things in the light of day, which will make the final product a stronger one. I get it. We're not going to convince many in the minority, although we'd welcome their support. Whatever we propose, I think there is some that reflexively will automatically be against it. And that's fine. That's politics. But this is not about any of them or, frankly, any of us. This is about the American people, getting them the help they need and discussing why it's so important we deliver on the agenda that they voted for in November. I look forward to this conversation, and I want to thank the committee chairs and their ranking members and their staffs for all the time and effort that has gone into getting us to this point. And I'm now happy to turn to my good friend, the ranking member from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. To be completely candid, I have no idea what we're doing here today. And I'm not certain that my colleagues on the other side of the dais do either. For the last several months, Democrats have run around in circles trying to unify their caucus with their Senate colleagues on a massive spending bill that would alter American society as we know it, and not for the better. From what the news outlets report, it's apparent that this Frankenstein monster of a bill is intended to be one of the largest tax and spend bills in history. Make no mistake, massive tax increases would be required to pay for massive spending on socialist programs. For America, this bill means not only higher taxes, but even more inflation, more big government, socialism, and heightened government control in every American's lives. It is severely out of touch with the actual priorities of the American people. Yesterday, I found out about this hearing the same way most did, from Twitter and press reporting on a dear colleague from Speaker Pelosi to Democrats indicating the Rules Committee would meet. That's a sad state of affairs, Mr. Chairman. Relying on the press to tell us what is happening is the furthest thing from how we should legislate. And the legislation before us today, well, the ink is barely dry. We received the text only an hour ago, and even though my colleagues on the other side of the aisle marked up a reconciliation bill in committee over a month ago, the legislation before us today was spun out of whole cloth behind closed doors, and as the chairman noted to the press last night, is only a starting point. Mr. Chairman, this is ludicrous. The Speaker's asking the committee to meet on one of the largest tax and spending bills of all time, a bill that spends untold trillions of dollars. We have no score from the Congressional Budget Office or the Joint Committee on Taxation, and no idea when we will get one. And our witnesses today cannot realistically discuss the ramifications of this bill because most do not know what is or may later be included. It's the old Democratic playbook of passing a bill so we can find out what's in it. It's no way to govern, Mr. Chairman. Even with the track record of the current majority, this is outrageous. This poor excuse for a piece of legislation was written behind closed doors on an artificial timeline, and our families, our communities, and our businesses will pay the price. With all due respect, Mr. Chairman, this process is a sham, and I'm embarrassed for the Rules Committee today. I hope you know that I do not take any pleasure in that statement, Mr. Chairman, but it shows how deeply disappointed I am that your leadership's public posturing has replaced sane, rational governing. Given what has been reported to be in the final version of this bill, and given how consequential these provisions reportedly are, this process is patently absurd. If you want to fundamentally change our country, as your side has claimed this package will do, at least have the decency to do so in the light of day. Have a process so robust and fulsome that members of all political persuasions can feel confident that their ideas were considered and their constituent voices heard. Since this package is not being negotiated through a normal process, let's talk about some of the things the Democratic majority is trying to do. They want to give the IRS the power to spy on Americans' bank accounts, along with imposing massive tax increases on Americans and businesses that create jobs. They want to raise home heating bills for millions of Americans and raise gas prices so they can give the wealthy a tax break on electric cars. They want to threaten the solvency of Medicare and penalize every energy company for using fossil fuels, despite how critical these are for American consumers. But what's most telling about how out of touch this majority's priorities are is what this bill won't do. It's apparent that they have no interest in solving the current emergencies facing our nation. They continue to do nothing to deal with the border crisis, nothing to address rising inflation, and in fact, this bill will make inflation worse. Nothing to help small businesses get their workers back, nothing to encourage instead of criminalizing parents who advocate for their child's education, and nothing to address the looming threats America and our allies face abroad. The failings of the majority's entire approach are glaringly obvious. Mr. Chairman, no member of this committee and nobody appearing before this committee is prepared to debate the merits of this legislation. We received this bill an hour ago. We received no documents showing the changes made and no explanations for why such changes were made. No witness before this committee is prepared to answer questions about the 1,700 pages of new text and the almost 800 pages of text that were removed from the version previously reported by the Budget Committee. The events and circumstances that have led us to this point are unprecedented. The Rules Committee has no business meeting today. We're the last stop in the legislative process, not the first. This is a room where governing occurs. What we are doing here today is not governing. It's performance art. Mr. Chairman, you've left me no choice, and I move that the committee now adjourn.
You heard the motion of the gentleman? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Chairman, on that, I'd request a recorded
A
vote.
recorded vote has been requested. We get the clerk to call roll.
Absolutely not.
No.
Nope.
No.
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 Aye.
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 No. Clerk will report the total. The motion is not agreed to. Let me just say before I go to our panelists here today, I'm a little puzzled because usually in the Rules Committee, the complaints we hear from the minority is that the package before us is already finalized and that there's no opportunity for change. What we're doing here, and by the way, it is the light of day, it's 3 o'clock. I think it may be cloudy out, but it's still the light of day. What we're doing here today is, I think, is actually a good and healthy thing. We're having a discussion and we're talking about the details of a very important bill, which, by the way, I think will be transformative and help a lot of my constituents, but help a lot of people across the country who, by the way, have been neglected for far too long. You know, and we can talk about the good and what people have problems with. And there are still opportunities and chances for change. So I actually, you know, I think this is a good process. So I'm a little surprised by the critique. But in any event,
Chairman?
yeah, Dr. Burgess.
Well, if I may, I'm in a unique position because I'm on an authorizing committee, I'm on the budget committee, and I'm on the privilege of having the privilege of being on the rules committee. In the authorizing committee, in Energy and Commerce, we had like $500 billion of the, whatever the total, I don't even know what the total is now, that we discussed, but we had no hearings leading up to it, so we really didn't, I mean, we're an authorizing committee. We're supposed to dig deep into the details. We're supposed to understand, you know, like some people say, follow the science. We're supposed to do that on Energy and Commerce. We had no opportunity to do that. In the budget committee, we marked up a bill in the middle of the night on Zoom. On Zoom, a $3.5 trillion bill, the biggest bill ever passed in the United States House of Representatives, and we had a markup at night on a Zoom call, and here's the painful part, no text and no score from the Congressional Budget Office. May I remind you, it was the Committee on the Budget that was having this markup. So we find ourselves today in the Rules Committee, and the Rules Committee is the last stop, as Mr. Cole said. Our members, our fellow members on both sides have not had an opportunity to weigh in with their amendments. We are going to be marking this thing up. It's going to, yeah, I get it, I know it's going to pass through the Rules Committee, but really this is the one chance. You're not going to make an open rule on the floor. This is the one chance for the rank and file member of the United States House of Representatives to come up here and tell us what they think should or shouldn't be in the bill, provide us some data, and let us make a decision on that. But we've lost the opportunity to do even that.
Well, you're lucky you're on the Rules Committee because you can ask the chairs and the ranking members of all the committees all the questions you want. But let me just point out for the record that 13 committees of jurisdiction have already spent more than 165 hours marking up this legislation. They considered more than 850 amendments in the process. 22 Republican amendments were adopted, and that's all before the Rules Committee started our work. And so I appreciate the gentleman's comments, but I have a feeling I know where the gentleman is coming from on what we're trying to do here. But Ms. Fishbach.
And Mr. Chair, I don't think you should be surprised that we're a little concerned about this. I don't know, and I will ask them when I have the opportunity, but I don't believe probably the ranking members have had the opportunity to actually look through, and yes, there has been some legislation that has gone through committees, but this is brand new. This is 1,600 pages of new, yes, taken together from other bills, but we don't know what has been taken out, what has been changed. And I think that to bring a 1,684-page, I believe it is, in front of us, without the opportunity to look through it at least, and I think that provides for a better discussion. Then I would have the opportunity to look for questions that I might have. And I understand that large portions of this have gone through, but we still don't know what's in this 1,600.
Well, this is the beginning of a process, and all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle have the opportunity to ask any questions that they want to. And this is not the end of the process. And again, it is a little puzzling to me because usually I hear on the other side, oh, you know, here's the bill, the text is done, and you go into the floor, and now we have an opportunity to actually ask questions, and this bill will continue to be perfected, and we will have a good discussion. And so, you know, I mean, I look forward to hearing the testimonies on both sides. So let me welcome our witnesses here today, and I will announce them in the order in which they will go. Chairman Yarmouth and Ranking Member Smith, Chairman Neal and Ranking Member Brady, Chairman Pallone and Ranking Member McMorris-Rogers, Chairman Scott and Ranking Member Fox. And I will now yield to Mr. Yarmouth of Kentucky for any opening remarks he may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and Ranking Member Cole, members of the committee. It's good to be here once again. The Buildback Better Act marks an inflection point for, it's on, yeah. The Buildback Better Act marks an inflection point for our country. It will end an era of chronic underinvestment that for too long has held our nation back, creating serious deficits in nearly every sector of American society and leaving millions of working families without a chance of a fair shot. Rising healthcare costs are putting a strain on budgets for families and businesses. The absence of affordable child care is driving parents, especially women, out of the labor force in record numbers. The digital divide and lack of broadband infrastructure are hindering our children's education in communities across the country. Safe and affordable housing options are becoming more and more scarce for families in need. And we face a catastrophic climate crisis that threatens life as we know it. Many of these challenges predate the pandemic, but the threat and impact they present have only compounded in recent years. The time to act is now, and that is why we are here today. The Build Back Better Act will deliver transformational investments to meet the needs of the American people, address dangerous deficits in our society, improve our economic outlook, and set America up to compete and win in the decades ahead. It will overhaul and reimagine sectors of our economy and society so that everyone, not just those at the top, benefit from a growing economy. This is a tremendous undertaking, one that has demanded determination and diligence. Now, after months of negotiations within our caucus, in our committees, with our colleagues in the Senate, and with the White House, we have achieved significant progress with historic investments in the future of American families and our nation, which my fellow chairs can speak to more today. The Build Back Better Act will create a stronger future for workers and for our children, all while creating good-paying jobs. We will enact one of the biggest middle-class tax cuts in history, lower costs for families, tackle the climate crisis, and lay the foundation for extraordinary economic growth and shared prosperity for decades to come. I'm pleased to have today's hearing as an opportunity to present the shared White House, House, Senate vision to the public, highlight the life-changing impact of these provisions, and outline next steps in delivering the most transformative piece of legislation for working Americans since the New Deal. Before I close, I'd like to address one thing that the ranking member, my good friend, Mr. Cole, he talked about socialist spending, socialist programs, which we will hear and have heard during our markups. We will continue to hear it as long as we are talking about this. Only in the Republican alternative reality can early childhood education be considered socialistic. Can investment in in combating climate, investment in our energy future be considered socialistic? These are things, investments that will make America much greater and much more prosperous for everybody. And if all you've got in countering the initiatives in this agenda is to label them with something that is meaningless to most people, then I think we're in a very, very positive spot. So with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I now yield to Ranking Member Smith.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member Cole. Congress has hit an extreme new low today. We already have an approval rating of 21%. It's going to get a whole lot worse because of the actions of the leadership of this Congress. Less than an hour before this hearing started, the bill text was dropped. 1,700 pages. I asked my team, let's print it off so I can make sure that this whole committee knows what's in it, and I'll read all 1,700 pages here. Unfortunately, in 45 minutes, we couldn't print it. And you're having a hearing on a piece of legislation that we couldn't even print off in enough time. This is all part of the sham. It's a complete sham. Back in September, there was a fake artificial timeline that was set by the leadership of the Democrat Party that said we will pass the infrastructure bill by September 27th. Still haven't been a vote on that infrastructure bill because she's linked it to what we have right here. Folks, to show fake momentum, leadership of the Democrat Party on a Thursday afternoon in September said, let's do the markup for the reconciliation bill Saturday afternoon, over a month ago, with less than 10% of the bill scored. Less than 10% of the entire bill was scored by the Congressional Budget Office. But she wanted it so she could send out a Dear Colleague letter to all of her Democrat members to show fake momentum and to create new headlines showing good faith effort to the progressives, the divisions that's within this party. We all see it. The American people see it. And she tried to make the progressives think that she was moving forward, much like this hearing today. It's nothing but a bunch of fake headlines. She went out there on C-SPAN to talk about this bill that none of you have read. None of you have read, just to create new fake headlines and false momentum to allow the media to think that they were doing something. But in fact, there's no agreement. If there's agreement, we'll have a vote today. My prediction is there will not be a vote today, probably not even a vote in this committee to pass this 1,700-page bill, because you're still going to have to rewrite it, because you have some senators on the other side of the building that will say, thumbs down, and you won't be able to pass it, because you'll have moderates of your party saying, no, I don't like it. And then you'll have progressives saying, no, it doesn't go far enough. Let me tell you, we are facing multiple crises in this nation as a direct result of your policies, the direct result of this administration's policies, whether it's the border crisis, whether it's the inflation crisis, or whether it's the energy crisis. And you know what? What you're doing with this, I don't know what's in your 1,700-page bill, but I'll talk about the 2,400-page bill that we marked up in the Budget Committee a month ago. That bill makes every one of those crises even worse for working-class families, and you should be ashamed of yourself. I have people in my congressional district that is doing everything they can to put food on their table, clothes on their backs, and gasoline in their car. In our state, because of executive orders that Joe Biden did in the first week in office, has resulted in the gas prices to go up 80% since January 20th in the state of Missouri. And in this bill, you have policies and regulations that will only make gas prices go up even higher. You have taxes on natural gas when people's worried about how they're going to heat their homes this winter, and you're trying to make it more expensive on them. And you know what? When you talk about the border crisis, we've had more than 1.4 million illegals cross the southern border since January 20th. January 20th, as the direct result of President Biden's executive orders to eliminate construction of the border wall, by rescinding the Remain in Mexico policy, which the Supreme Court said was wrong, and now he has to backtrack, and by reinstituting the catch and release. And they wonder why 1.4 million illegals have been crossing the southern border. And guess what? The 2,400-page bill that we marked up a month ago, which I'm sure there's a lot of the same provisions in the 1,700-page bill, only will incentivize people to cross the southern border even more. It provided free college to illegal immigrants, free college to millionaires, too. That's what your bill that passed out of the Budget Committee did. And you know what? It also provided amnesty using $109 billion to 10 million illegals, making the border crisis that much more worse. And then you want to talk about the inflation crisis. Folks, before you passed the Biden bailout bill in March, it was projected by CBO that inflation would be 2.0. It's tripled. It has tripled after you passed the Biden bailout, where you spent $1.9 trillion to reward your political friends, allies, and donors. And now we're facing the largest inflation we've seen since 1981. That is a direct result of all of my constituents, all of your constituents having higher prices to purchase food on their table, clothes on their backs, and gasoline in their cars. And guess what? You're wanting to spend, according to the bill that passed out of the Budget Committee, $4.3 trillion of reckless spending. You talk about putting fuel on the inflation fire, that's what you're going to do. But why rush it through today? Other than the false headlines of momentum, maybe there's an election across the Potomac that's happening on Tuesday, and you're worried that you might need to push this through to show that you can competently govern. Or maybe, as Speaker Pelosi said, we'll pass an infrastructure bill by the time that Biden lands in Europe, 8 o'clock tonight. My bet is no infrastructure will pass tonight because of the disarray and the division within the Democrat Party. And so it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that we were unable to read these 1,700 pages because we had 45 minutes to do. And let me tell you, CNN is not a media outlet that likes conservatives. Not at all. That may be shocking. 2 weeks ago, they came up with a poll and they said only 25% of Americans said that they would benefit from this legislation. 25%. CNN, that's not a Republican media outlet. The reason why you want this bill to be moving today is so the American people won't know what's in it. That's exactly why you're doing it. It's unfortunate. That's why it's a sham. That's why I'm disappointed. And that's why I'm going to make sure the American people finds out what's in this, hopefully before you all try to pass this piece of legislation. Yield back.
Well, thank you very much. It's always pleasant to have you here. Let me remind everybody that this bill is not going to the floor today. So I want to, Democrats actually welcome different points of view, and we actually believe the debates like this one we're having here will strengthen the final product at the end of the day. And I get it. The gentleman didn't vote for Joe Biden, but 81 million people did, and he won overwhelmingly. And I know my friends are obsessed with trying to deny that fact, and that's what their party stands for right now. But I just want to say that the child tax credit, we're already putting money in the pockets of hardworking Americans, and the Buildback Better plan enhances and expands home energy and efficiency tax credits. It's going to save families a lot of money on energy costs. So let's understand that we are having a discussion here today. That this bill is not moving to the floor today, contrary to what's being implied here. And again, but it's always wonderful to see the gentleman. And I now would acknowledge Mr. Neal of Massachusetts, the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee.
Thank you, Chairman McGovern and Ranking Member Cole. I'm certainly delighted to appear before you today as we take this important step in advancing the Build Back Better Act. As I said in September during the Ways and Means Committee's markup of the legislation, this is our moment to lay a new foundation of opportunity for the American people, to make it possible for members of the American family to live healthier and more financially secure lives. Last month, the Ways and Means Democrats approved some of the most consequential investments in American history in their package. And yes, I did try vigorously to repeal the Trump tax cuts, even in legislation which I thought was alive up until a couple of days ago. But we did it with a very sound and deliberative legislative process, and as always, Ranking Member Brady led a professional opposition to what we were attempting to do. And as I always note, it was principled opposition, not emotional opposition. We had more than 40 hours of debate, and we considered more than 60 amendments. That legislation, as the Bible might note, 40 days and 40 nights ago, is still very much alive. Our provisions received wide public vetting and earned wide respect. The support should be no surprise considering the advancements that we would make. We expanded the child tax credit, which has already made historic progress in slashing poverty and giving working families peace of mind that they can afford life's essentials like rent and food. And I might say, very well received by evangelical leaders across the country for addressing childhood poverty. Healthcare can be a major financial burden in many people's lives. We help millions of Americans afford insurance by closing the Medicaid coverage gap and extending the American Rescue Plan's affordable care subsidies. We have supported some of the most vulnerable people in society by funding improvements to long care facilities, enhancing protections for the elderly and the people who live with disabilities while investing in long-term care workforce opportunities. We've made investments in diversifying the physician workforce through Pathways to Practice graduate medical education program, which we also did in the last Congress on a bipartisan basis. We increased the number of physicians from rural areas and those from groups in underrepresented physician workforce areas as well. Thanks to the leadership of the Select Revenue Measures Subcommittee Chairman, Mike Thompson, and he did a splendid job on this. This package will make historic investments in clean energy, more than $550 billion, which in and of itself alone would represent an extraordinary achievement. These policies will help us to meet the President's carbon emissions goals, combat climate change, and prepare for an even greater increase in extreme weather events in the future. All of the investments I've just described are paid for by making our tax code more fair and asking corporations and those individuals who have benefited so much from this nation to give back really just a little bit more. There is no doubt that wealthy people in America during the last 25 years have done very well. Seniors and those at the lower end of the economic spectrum cannot make the same argument. We can argue about why it happened, we can argue about how it happened, but we can't dispute the outcome. But just as I close, let me note regrettably that our policy provided also 12 weeks of universal paid family and medical leave, again, fully paid for. It's not in the package today. And again, I regret this very much. I want to be clear that this issue will remain a top priority for me, and we'll try to work it through with the other side as well as we go forward to continue our fight to include this benefit for all workers that they can also support. The Speaker reminds us that the Build Back Better Act is about the future of America. We're putting forward a transformational suite of measures to support our children, protect the planet, ensure that our economy is inclusive and resilient for generations to come. I thank you all for your time.
Thank you very much. Ranking Member Brady.
Thank you, Chairman McGovern, Ranking Member Cole, members of the Rules Committee. Respectfully, I think we all know this is not a discussion. This is a circus. And evidence of that is that in the 1,700 pages, the missing pieces are huge, whole subtitles left blank. My guess is, unfortunately, all this is for show, so that later today, the Speaker and Democrats in Congress will again kick this infrastructure bill to the curb, along with moderates who are fighting to pass it. Usually when I'm sitting next to my friend Chairman Neal, it is because we've achieved a huge bipartisan win on behalf of the American people. We like bringing our committee members together for big wins. Regrettably, that's not the case today. We meet in the shadow of today's gloomy economic news, an awful report that shows America's economy effectively stopped growing last quarter. President Biden is 0 for 3 in meeting economic projections. He's now nearly 1 million jobs short of his promises from the last $2 trillion stimulus. This is more proof that President Biden is bungling the recovery and leaves many Americans questioning his competence to heal the economy. Given all that, you'd think the President and congressional Democrats would avoid sabotaging America's economy further, but that's exactly what this proposal does. This is an economic sabotage whose crippling tax hikes will kill American jobs, drive many of them overseas, hammer small businesses as they struggle to recover, worsen the labor shortage, and drive inflation even higher. Never has Washington spent so much to kill so many American jobs, force prices even higher, and hook a whole new generation of the poor on government dependency. This framework imposes over $400 billion in taxes on America's small businesses. It couldn't come at a worse time. There are $800 billion in tax increases on American businesses who compete both here and around the world. This constitutes an economic surrender to China, Russia, Japan, and Europe, driving American jobs, investment, and manufacturing overseas. The new corporate minimum tax is really a made in America tax. hitting American manufacturing, energy, and technology businesses the hardest, along with American consumers. Why do Democrats insist on making it better to be a foreign company or worker than an American one? Is it any wonder our foreign competitors are happy to embrace a small global minimum tax? They're getting our jobs, they're getting a big bite of our taxes, and they don't even have to act for years while America surrenders first. And who pays for all this? It's the workers, the low income, and the middle class who always bear the brunt of these taxes, with tax increases, stagnant wages, higher inflation, and the threat of their job moving overseas. There's also a troubling new tax on retirement plans that hurts workers and seniors the most by punishing businesses that invest in their own stock. All this while the federal government enjoys record high levels of tax revenue from corporations, small business, and high-income earners under the Republican tax cuts in 2017. Reforms that lifted millions of Americans out of poverty, brought jobs back to America, and began to shrink income inequality for the first time in half a century. This bill will drive prices up even higher on families and make the damaging labor shortage even worse. For example, Republicans in Congress created the child tax credit in 1997 and more recently doubled it and expanded it to tens of thousands of more families. Every Democrat opposed that expansion. Yet today, as businesses from Main Street to manufacturing struggle to find workers to stay open, man the production lines, or deliver products, unbelievably, Democrats' changes to the child tax credit no longer require Americans to earn or work to qualify for monthly checks. Experts predict this, along with the lavish COVID-era Affordable Care Act subsidies, will cause 2 million more Americans to exit the workforce. Don't Democrats understand this drives inflation higher and slows the economic recovery? One of the missing pieces we know will be filled. That Democrats will create a huge tax windfall and a tax haven for millionaires and billionaires by repealing the reasonable SALT deduction. Occupants of the penthouse are cheering you while the building janitor gets nothing. It gets worse. Democrats are giving away $550 billion in green welfare subsidies for the wealthy and the world's biggest corporations, literally sending government checks to the wealthy 1%. Why are you sending a well-to-do family making $800,000 a year a government check for up to $12,500 to buy a luxury electric vehicle? Of course, labor unions get a huge haul, including forcing the 90% of Americans who don't join a union to subsidize the few who do. And there are budget gimmicks galore. It costs zero, will go down in history, alongside if you like your health plan, you can keep it, as one of the biggest whoppers Joe Biden has ever told. I'll finish with this. Why are you punishing working families by making inflation worse? Prices have grown faster than paychecks almost every month since President Biden took office. It's killing families, forcing them to effectively pay a second utility, cell phone, or cable bill a month. Inflation is a tax, and you're raising it. My advice, my request today, stop this economic sabotage. Our nation can't take much more. I yield back.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I now yield to Chairman Frank Pallone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. You know, when I listen to my Republican colleagues and they talk about the challenges that they face or that the constituents face, they're not the challenges that I hear from my constituents at home. What I heard during the COVID crisis was people's concerns about their public health and whether they were going to get COVID and whether the hospitals were going to be able to deal with it and whether the vaccinations were going to get out. And when I go home, I hear about all the infrastructure problems, you know, the roads that need to be fixed, the trains that need to be upgraded in our state. You know, we're in the middle between Philadelphia and New York. And I hear about long-term economic challenges because so many people in the middle class just feel that they've been left behind. And so I want everyone to understand in the perspective here that I have, you know, basically as Democrats, we've tried to address these things during the COVID crisis and beyond in three ways. First was the American Rescue Plan, which essentially helped a lot of people and primarily from my perspective, tried to deal with the COVID crisis by making sure we got the vaccinations out, that we had the supply chain, that people were able to go to the hospital, weren't afraid there weren't going to be enough ventilators. And there were so many other things in the American Rescue Plan. But then we have the Senate bipartisan infrastructure bill, which we do intend to vote on, that's primarily focused on the nation's infrastructure, which is falling apart. I don't know, maybe your state's different from mine, but our bridges, our tunnels, our pipes, you know, we address what we're trying to do with the lead in the pipes, our sewer systems, all these things are addressed in the BIF. And finally, with the Build Back Better Act, there's a recognition that we have to build back better. It's not enough that we face this crisis, but we have to deal with building back better after the crisis. It's not over yet, the COVID crisis, but hopefully we'll get there. And so I wanted to just talk briefly about what's the provisions within the jurisdiction of the Energy and Commerce Committee that would accomplish this goal of building back better. Now, chief among that, in my opinion, is the climate crisis, right? I don't know, again, what you're hearing at home, but you know, we had a nor'easter the last couple of nights. Everybody was afraid of the flooding. We had Hurricane Ida where people died. I think there were over 30 people in New Jersey that died. The sea level is rising. My district is along the coast. And so the Build Back Better Act aggressively tackles the climate crisis. Congressman Neal mentioned a lot of it, but I wanted to mention some things in our committee. It makes sweeping, unprecedented investments to combat the crisis. There's a new greenhouse gas reduction fund that accelerates innovation, prioritizes the needs of environmental justice communities. There's rebates for homeowners to electrify and make their houses more efficient, combined with resources to create a 21st century electric grid to get the renewables to power our neighborhoods. There's a new methane emission reduction program that drives down pollution from the oil and gas industry, and at the same time, substantial investments in electric vehicle charging stations and clean heavy-duty vehicles like school buses, and also helps we also help the American manufacturing stay globally competitive. So these investments come at a critical time. We've got to reduce our greenhouse gases, otherwise we're going to continue to have this climate crisis. Also, I mentioned the lead pipes. We have money in the BIF, but we need more for lead drinking lines, billions to replace these lead pipes, fulfilling a promise to deliver safer drinking water. I don't have to tell you about Michigan and Flint and all the problems that we've had with safe drinking water. Now, on health care, the provisions in the Build Back Better Act make health care more affordable and accessible for all Americans. So in American Rescue Plan, we had the extended subsidies to help more people get health insurance. We continue that for a few more years. We also address those people in the red states where they haven't expanded Medicaid by giving them those same subsidies that we have under the Affordable Care Act. We also include historic investments in home and community-based care. I think it's like $150 million. Permanently reauthorize the Children's Health Insurance Program. Dedicate long overdue resources and support to improve maternal health care and provide permanent funding to the U.S. territories, including Puerto Rico. Now, the legislation continues our investment in the public health infrastructure because of COVID. It includes critical investments in new and existing teaching health centers, for community health centers, also public health preparedness initiatives. Now, I understand that the Rules Committee print, I'm almost done, Mr. Chairman, but I understand that the Rules Committee print does not include provisions on prescription drug pricing, and I hope that it would have been in there, but we are committed to finalizing an agreement before we go to the floor that includes price negotiation, a cap on seniors' out-of-pocket drug spending, and a penalty for big pharma companies that unfairly raise prices. And the bill finally makes key investments in manufacturing supply chain resiliency and provides the Federal Trade Commission with essential funding to better protect consumers' privacy. I could go on, but I will not. I just want you all to understand that this is part of essentially a three-pronged process: American Rescue Plan, Senate bipartisan infrastructure, Build Back Better. We've got to make these investments to deal with the public health crisis, to deal with the underserving of our infrastructure, and also to deal with our long-term economic challenges that the middle class faces. And I think we're accomplishing that with this three-part series, and this being the last of it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I'm now happy to recognize Ranking Member McMorris Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ranking Member Cole, members of the Rules Committee, the audacity of this sham process is breathtaking. Passing trillions of dollars in massive government knows best proposals with an extremely limited opportunity for debate, I wouldn't call this a debate, on text that we received just an hour ago, that Speaker Pelosi just finished writing, as I understand it, behind her closed doors. Clearly, there isn't even a final agreement among the Democrats. So I'm sure it will drastically change again. Trillions of taxing and spending with no regard as to how much money the federal government prints. Isn't that convenient? But it's dangerous and cruel to our children, our grandchildren, who will have their future limited by the selfish political goals. This process, writing this agenda behind closed doors, is a complete abuse of power. But as we know, there's no limit to Speaker Pelosi's tyranny. It's deceitful, and it's not the will of the people, despite Speaker Pelosi saying just recently, quote, whether they know it or not, people overwhelmingly support it. We don't even know what's in it. Speaker Pelosi is putting this country on a highway to socialism to achieve her sweeping change, as she called it, a once-in-a-century moment to fundamentally change America, as President Biden jets off to Europe. This is where the scheme leads. Blackouts, unaffordable electricity bills, tax hikes, jobs destroyed, no hope for cures, long lines of sick begging the government for life-saving treatments, and weak American defenses against our adversaries, China and Russia. Is this really the future that we want? More command and control of the federal government of our lives? This is the way that we hurt our global competitive edge. This is the way that we make America less safe. Inflation is an ugly tax on every part of our lives, from the gas pump to the grocery store. This Thanksgiving is going to be more expensive than ever. I will submit that this grand socialist agenda that destroys freedom and emboldens our enemies is not how we win the future. This is not how America wins the future. The bill reported by Energy and Commerce puts us on a path to socialized medicine that destroys patient choice, increases costs, leads to worse health outcomes. By federalizing the Medicaid program, which I believe is a very important safety net, the Democrats are destroying the very foundation of the program that was state-run, federally supported, and intended to help the most vulnerable. It is a giant step towards Medicare for all, and it will leave people in Medicaid, the program that it was designed to help, behind. This federal power grab will kick almost 3 million Americans off their employer-sponsored insurance. If you like your plan, you won't be able to keep it under this bill. Medicare is already going bankrupt, with the most recent Medicare actuaries report estimating it will be insolvent by 2026. Instead of working with Republicans to address this issue, the Democrats are planning further raids on Medicare, as they did with Obamacare, which will drastically worsen this impending crisis and threaten millions of Americans' health insurance. A radical proposal that forces low-income women to choose a health insurance plan that covers abortion or go uninsured, and use taxpayer funding for abortions in the federal Medicaid program. Thankfully, a bipartisan group of Energy and Commerce Committee members defeated Speaker Pelosi's radical government drug price control scheme. I sincerely hope this committee does not bring back that policy that will destroy American innovation in developing life-saving cures. It also discriminates against people with disabilities and debilitating diseases and puts the government in charge of your life and death. In addition, the inexcusable rush to pass this reckless bill is motivated by President Biden's desperation to have something to hold up to the celebrities and the radical activists in Glasgow next week to show that America is, quote, taking action. He should ask the British people about their bet on offshore wind. They're escalating record-high energy prices. He should ask the Germans if they feel more secure after shutting down their nuclear plants, becoming dangerously reliant upon natural gas from Russia. He should ask every European country if they'll be able to keep their lights on and their homes heated this winter. After 9 months of this administration's war on American energy, we are already seeing this same crisis emerge here with record high gas prices, an unreliable grid, and Americans across the country concerned about whether or not they're going to be able to keep their homes heated and the lights on this winter. The bill reported by Energy and Commerce will lead America down a dangerous path that Europe has chosen, leaving us less secure, less prosperous, more dependent upon our adversaries like China and Russia. The natural gas tax, or heat your home tax, will crush families who are already worried about how they're going to heat their homes. Your handouts to the rich to buy electric vehicles will make new cars even less affordable. Your subsidies and regulations to promote unreliable renewables like wind and solar will destroy jobs across the country that are already struggling and will enrich the Chinese Communist Party. He used slave labor to manufacture the essential components. Despite all of this, I continue to believe in the promise of America. As you all know, Republicans and Democrats, we're all here together. We are all duly elected representatives of the people. We are elected here to serve. And my hope is that we will come together, that we will lead, that we will be the ones that bring hope and healing to our communities. Let's not let the promise of America for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for all slip away. Now is the time to abandon this partisan scheme. Let's get back to the people's work, not Speaker Pelosi's agenda. I yield back.
Thank you very much. I'm now happy to yield to Chairman Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Cole. I'm pleased to speak in support of the Education and Labor Committee's section of the Buildback Better Act. Over the past few months, congressional Democrats in the White House have held a difficult and highly public discussion on how to fulfill President Biden's agenda. And the process has brought us to this moment, and we should not obscure the simple reality that this legislation is an historic achievement on behalf of the American people. The Buildback Better Act proposal unveiled today will help lower costs for nearly every American family, create millions of good-paying jobs, and set a strong foundation for our future, and the legislation is paid for, not adding to the national debt. And I want to thank the ranking member of the Budget Committee for his promise and publicize all of the provisions of this bill. Within the committee's jurisdiction, the bill delivers a historic investment in making child care affordable and secures universal high-quality preschool for all 3- and 4-year-olds. These provisions alone are transformative investments in families and will give parents the freedom to earn a living without having to worry whether their children will be safe and cared for. I'm proud to report that this proposal also makes nearly 9 million more children eligible to receive free school meals. The lesson is clear from our response to the pandemic, and that lesson is that when we expand access to child nutrition programs, fewer children go hungry. And this is an opportunity to continue our progress in the fight against child hunger. The proposal also lowers costs to higher education by increasing the maximum Pell Grant by $550 for more than 5 million students, and it secures another significant investment in historically Black colleges and universities, tribal colleges and universities, and minority-serving institutions. I want to specifically note that despite the intense pressure to make cuts to the legislation passed through the committee, the revised proposal actually increases aid to these valued institutions. To support the millions of hardworking Americans and rebuild the middle class, this legislation invests in high-quality job training that will allow workers across the country to increase their paychecks and better provide for themselves and their families. And finally, the bill secures more than $1 billion in vital programs that support seniors and people with disabilities. This legislation would meaningfully improve the lives of constituents that we are here to represent. And I'm grateful to my colleagues on the committee and across the Democratic caucus for their commitment to fulfilling President Biden's Build Back Better agenda. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. I now happy to yield to Ranking Member Fox. It's good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank Ranking Member Cole for having me here today. You know, I really want to associate myself with the comments of my Republican colleagues today. While they were talking, I decided to look up, I wanted to say sham, I wanted to say fake, I wanted to say all these words. There are actually 112 synonyms for the word sham. And it's a fraud, a farce, a travesty, hypocrisy, hoax. That's just a few of the synonyms. And while I don't want to repeat many of the excellent comments they've made, I really do think it's important that we continue to tell that to the American people, because the language you use here is so hypocritical. You talk about investment. No, that's not, what you're doing is not investing for the American people. They know how to spend their money better than the federal government knows how to spend their money. What you mean by that is you're taking money from hardworking taxpayers and giving it to those who don't work and illegal aliens. That's what you're doing. You are not making investments for the American people. And yes, you are running headlong into socialism. We are not living in an alternative reality. You are living in an alternative reality. If you think this is going to be popular with the American people, yes, you do want to fundamentally change this country. The American people do not want you to fundamentally change this country in the way you are proposing to do with this bill. It is challenging to testify on legislation none of us have had time to read. We've had it for about an hour. I'm glad to see that someone's brought the text of the bill. We know it took about an hour just to print it off. But it's another case, as some of my colleagues have said, that this is a let's pass the bill to find out what's in it. And as you've said, there's going to be no vote on it today, so what the hell is the rush to get it done? It doesn't make any sense to do this when people haven't had a chance to read it, except to go back to let's pass it so we can find out what's in it. According to the press reports about it, though, somehow or other the press understands more about it, this Buildback boondoggle, a lot of alliteration here, has been altered significantly. And I'd hoped these reports meant an end to the irresponsible legislation. But it appears that Democrats either don't care or aren't concerned that outrageous spending on misguided policies will compound President Biden's spending-induced inflation crisis, which my colleagues have often spoken about. The Democrats' so-called Buildback Better bill threatens to fundamentally change the relationship between the federal government and the American citizens. And let me point out to you that the Constitution starts out with we the people. It doesn't start out with we the government. It's the people who should be in charge, not the federal government. You know, I really feel like we could make a lot of other analogies like Virginian Wonderland, the Wizard of Oz, all of these things that I think the American people can understand. I do want to say that I know that the Lord will be relieved to know that Democrats are going to help him in his job to improve the climate. I think he is going to be very relieved by what you are saying. But let me talk a little bit about what the provisions in this socialist spending bill do, what the provisions do to attack job creators. The Department of Labor's enforcement agencies, the National Labor Relations Board, NLRB, and the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission come on top of funding provided through the regular appropriations process and the Democrats' so-called American Rescue Plan adopted earlier. So it's going to be huge spending for those agencies. You're putting a target on job creators' backs. OSHA penalties are increased by 512% across the board, and Fair Labor Standards Act penalties are hiked by 900%. These outrageously inflated fines will harm small businesses and embolden government inspectors to harass job creators who will be hesitant or unable to afford to contest these huge citations. Enacting dangerous PRO Act provisions. The bill authorizes steep NLRB civil monetary penalties on employers and holds directors and corporate officers personally liable for alleged NLRA workplace violations. Unions, of course, are exempted from any unprecedented and overly punitive fines. Additionally, there's a takeover of child care. And one of my colleagues said, we're living in an alternative universe if we think this is socialism. Well, what you do in socialism is you take over the education of children to begin with. So allowing the Biden administration to spend upwards of $200 billion for free pre-K brings the U.S. one step closer to a nanny state, makes it more difficult for parents to find care outside the government-controlled child care that they need to be able to return to work. Changing the pre-K landscape will have unintended consequences, like hurting already struggling private daycare programs who rely on 3- and 4-year-olds to offset the cost of caring for infants. It'll force providers to raise rates or shut down and force parents to send their children to the government-controlled schools, obliterating parent choice. Remember that if you like your doctor, you can keep him. Second verse, same as the first. Instead of investing in the many entities that already take care of preschoolers, this plan funnels more money into the public school system. And we know right now how popular the public school systems are around the country for the outrageous things that are happening there. Preschools also run by public schools are more expensive, less flexible, and won't meet the diverse needs of parents. This overpriced proposal will limit parents' choice when it comes to preschool, concentrate more power in the hands of teachers' unions, increase dependence on the federal government. The pre-K proposal also imposes unfair restrictions on the use of faith-based providers. Like most government programs, this proposal dictates uniformity over flexibility and government control over parental choice. This is a proposal to satisfy progressives, not to help America's parents. In the Democrats' world, there's really such a thing as a free lunch. So the Democrat bill gives free meals to wealthy families and creates a slush fund for the secretary to push his partisan agenda on meal standards rather than helping schools and families deal with Biden's inflation crisis. Democrats' spending boondoggle threatens unborn children. By failing to include pro-life protections, the bill would allow over $2 billion in federal funds to flow to abortions through the Department of Labor's Job Corps programs and the Department of Health and Human Services Pregnancy Assistance Fund. It's going to drive up the national debt and inflation, hurting not only the Americans of today, but the Americans of tomorrow. Furthermore, it's very discriminatory when it comes to opportunities for education. You're excluding proprietary schools from the $550 increase in Pell Grants. This is a major shift in higher education policy where you're pitting one sector against the other. Of course, it's the private sector that you're going after. Student aid has always flowed to students for them to use at the institution of their choosing, so long as the institution is accredited, among other things. At the same time, you're opening up student aid to illegal aliens. So harming the veterans, minority students, and working parents who choose a proprietary school, which is often much more flexible than the schools funded by the government, but you give aid to people who aren't legal citizens. That is absolutely wrong, and it should not be done. I don't know, we've all tried to say what's wrong with this bill. You haven't heard one positive thing, because we don't believe there's anything positive in here. And again, I will say you're creating more red tape, bureaucratic landmines. It's going to be bad for workers, bad for students, bad for the country. And I yield back.
Well, thank you, and did I tell you how much we miss you on this committee, Virginia? So let me first of all apologize to Ms. Fox and Mr. Smith that they had trouble printing the bill up, that it took over an hour. On your, we printed a copy here in the Rules Committee. It took us less than 20 minutes, so maybe you ought to talk to Mr. Yarmouth and Mr. Scott about getting you an upgraded Xerox machine. But I should also point out that because this is the 21st century, everything is online. And actually, the fact that it's online makes it easier to look things up and check things. So I just would notify you of that, not only for this bill, but in the future. And I would also point out that, for all the talk about how nobody's read anything in the bill, you've had no trouble highlighting specifics in the bill that you have a problem with. So maybe you need a little bit more consistency in your message. But, I'm really glad that we had this hearing and this panel so far, because I think anybody who's watching this will understand that there obviously are, here in Congress, philosophical differences between Democrats and Republicans. But I also think that based on what I've heard here today, there's something else. I mean, I really think, as much as I like all my Republican friends, I don't think we share the same values. And I think this is a values discussion. I think that's what really is at the heart and soul of what we're trying to do. I think universal preschool for all 3- and 4-year-olds is a good thing. It's a values thing. I think that affordable, high-quality child care is important to not only my constituents, but to people all around this country. I think affordable, high-quality care for hundreds of thousands of older Americans and people with disabilities in their homes and communities, I think most people, I don't care whether you're a Democrat, Republican, or liberal or conservative, I think they think that's a good thing. Not to mention the expanded child tax credit. I mean, that has already, we are told, reduced poverty amongst children in this country by about 40%. I hope we could all celebrate that. I would like to think it doesn't matter what our politics might be, that we would think that reducing child poverty is important.
Mr. Chairman, would you yield?
I'm happy to, because I'm.
You're on a roll.
I'm on a, well, I will yield to my former colleague on the Rules Committee.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you're absolutely right that our values, many of our values are the same.
Then we're in agreement.
However, no, I believe that we have a blueprint for this government, and that blueprint is the Constitution of the United States. And that Constitution tells us what our duties and responsibilities are. And the 10th Amendment said, if it wasn't outlined in the Constitution for the federal government to do, then it's left to the states and the people themselves. And I believe that the biggest fundamental difference between the way you feel and the way we feel is that we believe in the Constitution and we believe in living by it, and that we don't want to.
Then I hope that you will respect the results of the last election. Because,
I have never said I didn't
Well, in any
believe in
event,
that.
but I do think there's a values difference here. I mean, we not only is universal pre-K a good thing, but it can save thousands of dollars each year for Americans, because preschool costs are about $8,600 per year. I mean, how do families do this? And we believe that climate change is real. I'm not quite sure what. The deal is we're actually doing something about it. Not walking away from trying to be a leader in the effort, but there are clean energy tax credits in here. There's investments for clean energy technology and manufacturing. We heard from Mr. Pallone about what is in this bill to expand health care for people. We're going to hear from other panels about investments in housing. Mr. Scott talked about the investments in education. And we're also, and again, I would just say, Mr. Brady, you were trying to give us a lecture about tax scams. I don't think my friends on the other side should lecture anybody about tax scams. I was on the Rules Committee when the Republicans were in charge. We had 2 emergency meetings in this committee to bring up the Republican tax bill that benefited primarily people in the highest echelons in this country. To the best of my knowledge, it wasn't a process in which Democratic values or ideas were entertained or accepted. So I would also point out that the bill that we're talking about here today, thanks to Mr. Neal, basically rescinds the incentives for shipping jobs overseas. And I think most Americans, by the way, not just Democrats, but independents or Republicans would agree on that. So, look, we can, my friends can do what they usually do. This is a socialist this, and this is a playbook out of the Chinese government. I mean, that's a new one. But in any event, you can yell and scream all you want, but at the end of the day, I mean, this really is a values question. And I, again, with the greatest respect for my Republican friends, we do not share the same values. And I think, and so we will continue, we're not voting on this bill today. We'll continue to have this discussion. But I am proud of this bill. I am proud of President Biden. I am proud of all the chairs of the committees who spent time trying to come up with ways to actually solve problems that American families face in this country. And so I look forward to the day when we, hopefully very soon, where we will vote on this. And I will do so proudly. I will do so representing my constituents and the concerns that I hear from them on a daily basis. I don't have any questions. I thank everybody for being here. I now yield to Mr. Cole.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Before I get into questions, I do have a fair number. I just wanted to tell my good friend from Kentucky, the chairman of the Budget Committee, how much we're going to miss you. I read with genuine regret your decision not to seek re-election. I mean that quite sincerely. And we don't agree on everything. We certainly don't agree on this bill. But you've been a terrific member of this body, and you've represented your constituency with a great deal of decency and civility and respect. You're widely admired and liked on both sides of the aisle. Even Mr. Smith says good things about you behind your back, as often as you guys disagree and cross verbal swords. And I'm going to miss you in a lot of ways. I will miss you as chairman of the Bourbon Caucus, maybe most of all. You've been the most distinguished and generous chairman that caucus has ever had. And I will miss your frequent meetings.
I'm looking for successors.
Well, I've got to remind you that you still have over a year left, and so I don't want you to leave that particular job that you've claimed and exercised with a great deal of bipartisanship and pride. So,
Thank you so much for your kind comments.
no, I mean that with all sincerity. Now, let me ask you this, because obviously, and this has been alluded to multiple times, and it's true. Look, we got this bill barely an hour ago. My staff did some quick calculation. To have read it, we would have to read 28 pages a minute, or 28 pages a minute, so 3 seconds a page, roughly. That's and it's different. It's not the same bill that you considered in your committee. So can you just give us a quick list of the substantive differences between the bill you considered and passed out of the Budget Committee and the one that's in front of us today?
Well, I thank you for the question, and certainly there have been changes, but fundamentally, the vast majority of this bill was the same bill that we marked up in the Budget Committee. We didn't actually mark it up, that we considered in the Budget Committee, but that all the authorizing committees wrote. And what basically you have before you, with a few exceptions, but what you have before you is a subtraction of many of the provisions and a reduction in, for instance, duration and service that was dictated by our responses to the Senate demand. So it's virtually the same in terms of all the programs that are included. I know, Mr. Neal, there's significant differences in the Ways and Means percentage of the legislation, but virtually all that came through in education, I mean, child care was in the original bill, it's still in this one, early childhood education was in that one. This was, there's job training provisions. It's in this, they were in the original bill, they're in this bill. But most of the changes, I would say, came in your jurisdiction, so.
I'll be happy to turn to the chairman in just a second, but let me ask a couple of follow-up questions again on the budget, and then I'll certainly listen with a great deal of attention to what my friend from Massachusetts has to say. So you don't have any plans to bring this bill back through your committee? In other words, this
No.
bill was substantively changed after it came out of your committee.
As I said, yes.
It was changed, in the Speaker's office, as far as I know. I don't know where it was changed, but clearly, none of us were part of that process. There were no Republicans involved in that process, no Republican members, no forum. So, again, with all due, are you guys going to even produce a document that lists the changes between what we have and what we saw a month ago?
We will be producing a manager's amendment, which will come to this committee and which will.
That's not quite what I mean, I
Okay.
always expect a manager's amendment with something this size. I don't mean that.
Oh, you want to,
Yeah,
sure,
I mean,
certainly.
will we get from you, okay, these are the changes that we made, or the document, we also, will the majority produce that in some way, shape, or fashion, and put that out in the public? These are the differences.
We certainly can discuss doing that. We'll do our best to accomplish that.
You're going to try to accomplish it?
I mean, if
we're going to
if
have.
it were to come before the.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we'll do a section-by-section,
Okay.
propose a
That would be-
section-by-section summary.
Thank you. That would actually be extremely helpful, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, again, the text was just released, as you pointed out quite eloquently. Do you have any clear idea of what the real cost of this is? I mean, all the numbers we get thrown around are, kind of from press reports or whatever. I mean, how much revenue is Budget Committee purview? How much cost? And do you have a clear idea of what's in it?
Well, thank you, Ranking Member Cole. We're trying to, my team and I are trying to put things together as quickly as possible. Of course, the Congressional Budget Office is now probably trying to look through this bill. But I will tell you from our quick readout very quickly is over a 10-year window. This is the scorekeepers on the Budget Committee, our team. We project, based as you're talking about very cliff notes, that this bill is $4.6 trillion over 10 years, and basically $1.6 trillion in offsets, and it'll add $3 trillion to the deficit, is what our early readout is in regards to this. What I think is very interesting, Ranking Member Cole, since values has been discussed so often on this committee, I think it's very important to see where the values have changed from the bill that passed out of the Budget Committee a month ago to the bill that's today. Of course, the climate provisions look like they have remained permanent. However, the child tax credit in the original bill was there until the year 2025. But in this proposal, they believe children should only have that up until the year 2022. So that's a value that this bill changes from the last bill, is that the children tax credit was, in the bill that passed out of budget, extended into the year 2025. This bill only extended to the year 2022, so 1 year, 1 year. And there's also some other provisions like that, Ranking Member Cole. For example, the Earned Income Tax Credit. In the original bill that was passed out of the Budget Committee, it was previously made permanent by the House Democrats. However, in this one, they only extended it for a year. So they no longer allow the Earned Income Tax Credit to be permanent. They're only making it 1 year to expire in the year 2022. And then you look at the Affordable Care Act subsidies. In the original underlining bill, they made it permanent. Health care subsidies, they've always talked about expansion. In the underlining bill, they made it permanent. Yet, once again, they made it expire in the year 2025, is from my early readout. And so maybe they filed this bill an hour before this committee, but I have a really good team, and we're really trying to go through it pretty quick. We're going to make sure the American people knows the values of the Democrats that's within this committee. But I would like to point out, we're still trying to figure out if there's any changes to the state and local income tax. I believe that there are, and I would just like for the American public and for the committee to be quite well aware, For every year that you extend the state and local income tax, the state and local tax, it's $91 billion. $91 billion. And that helps the top 1%ers. The top 1%ers that would roughly get about $35,000 a year in added benefit. However, you know what you could do with that $91 billion? You could extend these following programs that they say are their values and that they care about for an additional year. Let me read the programs to you, Ranking Member Cole. Free college. You could do that. Plus, you could do long-term care. Plus, you could do the child care credits. Plus, you could do the paid family leave. Plus, you could do the Affordable Care Act expansion. Plus, you could do another year of the Earned Income Tax Credit. I just want to put, since we're talking values, the Democrat bill in here decided to expand the state and local tax, which is a tax break for the 1%ers, instead of doing another year for the 6 items that they try to say that they're doing for the working class. So I just think that that's important and easy readout.
Chairman's asked me to yield.
I mean, are you in favor of all those programs? I mean, because you know, we're in a negotiation with the Senate, and unfortunately, you know, we have to come down on some of these things because of negotiation. But if the gentleman's in favor of all those things, I want to say something nice about him. But I think what the gentleman
You can
is
still say something nice
I think what the
about
gentleman is basically doing is basically complaining that these programs are not funded in a permanent way, and yet the gentleman, if he had his way, would fund none of them. So, I mean, let's talk about values here. We do not share the same values. I thank the gentleman for doing
I
it.
certainly will.
Ranking
I'll
Member,
allow my
if I
friend
could
to
respond.
respond, and then I have a quick observation to make.
I would respond to that. I would hate for the chairman of this committee to try to speak for me and to decide what my values are. The people who elect me in Southeast Missouri know who my values are, and we fight for them. And that's why I'm fighting to save America and to stop this piece of legislation that's trying to get more command and control over their lives and livelihoods. Because like the lady from North Carolina said earlier, is that we may have different values.
We do.
We may have different values. But my values is that I don't want government to control the people who I represent. We believe in freedom. We believe in choice. We believe in choice and that government doesn't force it and push it down upon us. And we don't believe the federal government knows what's best for our own healthcare decisions, what's best for our own education decisions, what's best for our own privacy and freedom. So the values are different, and that's okay. That's why the good people of Southeast Missouri decided to send me up here. But I just wanted to state if values, I just want to state how it's changed, because my counterpart did not express this, and I just think it's important to point out how.
Let me ask you this, because I'd look at it a way that there's a bit of a smoke screen here in the sense to make the bill look a lot cheaper than it probably really is. Because that's, partly what you do that. And it's a little bit of political chicken, we dare you to take it or find a way to fund it. So I'm very curious as to how people in the other chamber, in the Democratic Party, will look on that. Because I suspect they'll see the same thing. At least I hope they would, because again, I think that's the aim here. Let's artificially lower this to some number so we can say what is really a multi-trillion-dollar bill, as you suggest, is really less than $2 trillion. It's a lot more than that, and that's just the reality of it. Let me ask you this. You have considerable experience with the Congressional Budget Office. How long do you think it'll take them to score a document like this? Because if my friends on the other side can succeed in their timetable, I suspect we will be voting before we ever get an official score at all. Is that a fair assumption?
Without a doubt, less than 10% of the bill that was passed a month ago out of the Budget Committee has been scored by the Congressional Budget Office. So it will definitely take considerable time. And I doubt if the leadership of this chamber will wait for a score before they have a vote, if they have enough members in their party to support it.
Okay, thank you. I want to go back, Mr. Yarmouth I think, wisely pointed out that the distinguished chairman of Ways and Means would probably has tremendous changes in his area. So I'd like you, if you would, Mr. Chairman, to kind of go through some of those changes. I know you worked hard on the bill that you had before, and I know you haven't, because I read the papers, haven't been happy with every change that's here. I'm not asking you to lay that out, but I am very curious about the scope of the changes.
So first, let me say I'd be happy with my friend, Mr. Smith, if he would like to expand some of those credits and make them permanent. I'll convene the Ways and Means Committee tomorrow morning.
I have the legislation for the child tax credit.
Okay, we'll take a look at that. If you want to make it permanent, I'm open to that conversation. So the changes that have taken place, they're really not that big. No question that the corporate tax increase at 26.5%, that was neither punitive or ill-considered. It was really what I came down as a compromise between Mr. Obama and David Camp, the former chairman of the committee. On the top individual side, we proposed successfully 39.6. And if we want to have a long discussion about the SALT deduction, it was the SALT deduction that complicated the top rate being cut to 37.5%, largely because Secretary Mnuchin, in many conversations with me, he assured me time and again that they would not cut, in the previous administration, the top individual rate. And he called me and he said, I want to apologize to you profusely. He said, when we saw what the SALT deduction turned out to be, we had to cut the top individual rate. So this idea that these are all easily done, in the tax world, and I think Mr. Brady would agree with this, even if he didn't agree with me in a philosophic tone, it really is like squeezing toothpaste with the cap on. I mean, some of these things are altered. That's just the reality of it. And our best intentions sometimes are a bit off target. But we do include a tax on stock buybacks, and we provide a minimum international corporate tax of 15%. Those are the most substantial changes. Smaller change on the adjusted gross income. We take that to $10 million from the original proposal of $5 million. That's 3%. And then we do 3%, I think, on incomes over $25 million. I think that's in the ballpark. Now, we also share something else, Mr. Cole. We have to deal with the United States Senate. And in this instance here, pretty obvious, publicly, we had to mollify 2 members of our own party over in the U.S. Senate. So we're trying to shape legislation on a daily basis with the other chamber. So we've made some adjustments, hardly radical. I think it's safe to say 90% of what we did was vetted fully in public. Those changes that I've noticed you on, they're the ones that probably stand out.
Okay. Mr. Brady, let me go to you because I'm very interested in your perspective.
Mr. Cole, may I just segue just because I have an answer for you?
Well, certainly, of course,
This
Mr.
was,
Chairman.
no, just as an answer to your earlier question. I've been informed by my crack staff on the Budget Committee, there is a section-by-section analysis with all the differences from the original bill that came through budget and this version. We're having a little struggle technically with redlining the differences, but they are posted online right now.
Okay, well, I appreciate that because we have not seen them. And so thank you very much, and we look forward to going through that. If I can, Mr. Ranking Member, Mr. Brady, my good friend from Texas, I want to get your view on the tax provisions that are in here, but also the changes that were made, and I'm curious as to whether you think it made things better or worse. I know you weren't particularly happy with the first draft.
Could I say something? Could I beg the question for a moment?
Well,
I don't think Mr. Brady's going to volunteer anything got any better.
No, I hope, I don't want to keep denying Mr. Brady his chance to speak for himself, but I'll always come back to you, Mr. Chairman, give you a chance to respond and make any comments you want.
Well, I will say, if you ask me, is there anything here that I like, I think the answer would be, I'm so thankful it's not named after me. I'm pleased about that in a big way.
We can do that.
No, you can't, Mr. Chairman. A couple thoughts here. One, I would like to introduce for the record a fact check. Mr. McGovern used an repeated false statement that most of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act went to the wealthy top percent. Washington Post has given this false statement 3 Pinocchios. They went further, calling it a zombie claim and galling, and they weren't the only ones. PolitiFact called it simply misleading. So maybe the value of accuracy might prevail during these discussions today. Secondly, there are a number of changes, as the chairman said, on different individuals' corporate capital gain taxes and all. But again, you know, what my biggest concern is remains more than $1 trillion on America's small businesses and job creators. It especially lands on Main Street businesses, and these tax increases in the international provision simply make it better to be a foreign company, better for them to be a foreign company than a U.S. company. And a number of these provisions, like the new corporate minimum tax on book income, again, not an idea that was vetted through the Ways and Means Committee or in Chairman Neal's bill, I really do think hurts most American businesses, manufacturers, technology, energy companies, because it hurts them and their consumers because it wipes out some pretty thoughtful pro-growth parts of the tax code that actually encourage more made in America issues. That may have been why it was left out or wasn't included in the earlier provision. I think that's a step back in a significant way. I also think it's a mistake to punish companies that invest in their own stock. Look, when after Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, we brought $1.5 trillion of American profits back from overseas to be invested right here in America. Some companies had expansion plans ready to go, others invested in workers and technology, others didn't have that best way to invest, so they invest in another good way, their own stock, their own workers, the retirees who depend upon them. So there are some of those provisions that are changes, but I think the end result is still the same. These are crippling tax increases. They drive U.S. jobs overseas. $400 billion land on our small businesses who are struggling these days, and their workers always pay that price. And to wrap up, you know, I just think at a time our economy is struggling, these are provisions that hurt our economy in significant ways.
Now, let me ask you this.
Shouldn't be here.
So if you have increased taxation like this or increased burden on businesses, don't they tend to just add it on to their prices? And so the people that really pay it in the end are the people that buy the product and the service, which is the American people, a lot of whom don't make $400,000 a year, making considerably less than that. And we already have prices going up. We already have record inflation over the last 30 years, 40 years running now. Wouldn't this contribute to that as well?
That last part, the deficits and the inflation?
Just wouldn't these tax changes make inflation worse? Yeah. Wouldn't most of the burden, or I've read over 70% of the burden of these kinds of changes tend to fall, again, on the people that use the goods and services.
Yeah. So corporate tax rates do exactly that. They land the burden on workers, middle income workers. In the Joint Committee on Taxation and the left-leaning Tax Policy Center made that case that the original bill that Chairman Neal proposed would raise taxes on about 75% of middle-class Americans and rise to over 95% of them, so they would see those tax increases there as well. And I do want to make a point here. Look, I know capping the SALT deduction at $10,000 isn't popular in high-tax states, but we arrived at that by taking the average state and local tax deduction across America and doubling it. So if you're impacted by it, you're either doing very well financially and in your home, or you live in a tax state, and these are good states, New York, California, New Jersey, Illinois, others. They are really good states that brutally tax their families and their workers, and there is no need to continue to subsidize those high taxes. And so we used the revenue from capping the SALT tax to double the zero tax rate for low-income workers and to provide tax cuts all across the board in America. That is why 3 out of every $4 in tax reform went to families and small businesses, not to corporations.
Let me ask you this, because your state is one of the ones impacted. Medicare is expected to go insolvent sometime in the next few years, 5, 6 years, something like that. Actually, it's been one of the concerns Senator Manchin, I think, has raised in his discussions publicly about some of the provisions. So is Medicare expansion, which we've done in my state. So that decision's been made. But is that going to speed up insolvency in the Medicare program or not? Do you have any concerns about it?
Yeah, so two thoughts. One, on the Medicaid expansion, that is just an open-ended entitlement that just continues to drive huge costs. And what we're finding in a lot of states, not in Texas, is that the share of Medicaid funding in state budgets are beginning to swamp the money for schools, for public safety, for roads and infrastructure. Thankfully, we didn't go that route. On the Medicare side, Ranking Member Cole, we just think it's reckless to expand funding in Medicare when they're 5 or 6 years away from insolvency in the hospital trust fund. We think that ought to be addressed before you recklessly expand more services and more costs in that important program. We've got 50 or 60 million Americans, I think, depend on Medicare. They don't know that hospital trust fund is going broke fast. Congress I wish we were spending time solving that than doing this.
Dr. Fox, let me ask you, if I may. Look, I'm actually, with the chairman, a proponent of early childhood education. I've expanded that funding considerably when I was chairman of the Labor 8 subcommittee. My own home state, actually, which usually is at the bottom of most rankings, is near the top on early childhood. We've made a significant public investment there. But the approach here, it seems to me, doesn't discriminate on the basis of income or anything like that. In other words, we're helping a lot of people that don't need help instead of targeting toward people that genuinely do need help. Do you have any concerns about that?
I definitely do, and when we had the markup in the Education and Labor Committee, I raised this as an issue. An amendment was offered at the very last minute that would actually have allowed people making almost $1 million to be able to get a benefit from the child tax, from the credit. And I just think that is an abomination, and we shouldn't be doing that. The Democrats have tried to sell themselves always as the party of working people and lower middle class people. And I think what the ranking member of Ways and Means has said, what the budget ranking member, and what we've all said about inflation, everything about this bill helps the wealthiest 1% in this country. So it's, again, another sham, another forgery. There's not an attempt to truly help working people. If we were trying to help working people, we'd bring down the cost of gasoline right now. The people who are going to work every day who have to pay $3.39 a gallon for gas, and as Mr. Smith said, worry about how to put food on the table as well as to buy gas to go to work. It seems to me that it's an attack on working people, actually, and putting them in more of a bind. So, no, it's not fair to the working people of this country. We would do it differently if we were in charge. And it isn't that we don't value wonderful child care. I mean, most of us had to work. I went to work the day my daughter was 2 weeks old. And I was fortunate to get very good child care for her. That child care center would probably never be licensed because it was run by an elderly couple who cared very, very much about little children. But she got the best child care she could get. So I think what we want to do, we don't want to discourage religious organizations from being involved in child care. We definitely don't want the government taking over child care for American children and indoctrinating them into the things that the public schools are now doing. So it's not a good system for child care. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Ms. McMorris-Rogers, let me turn to you because I know we both share a strong commitment on the pro-life front. I will just tell you as an appropriator, one of my most disappointing moments was the Democratic decision this year for the first time to strip out hide protections, Weldon protections, Helms protection, things that have been there for decades in many, many cases. And I will tell you, it's probably leading us toward a year-long CR unless those things are restored in the appropriations process. I mean, that simply, there won't be the votes to break a filibuster in the United States Senate. So I'm hopeful my friends will reconsider their position. Is there anything in here reinstating any of the hide protections, or do they continue this sort of decision to remove traditional, what were once at least bipartisan pro-life protections from the bills?
It's really heartbreaking that the majority is choosing to remove hide protections and actually impose the mandate on health insurance plans to cover abortion in Medicaid and other health insurance plans in the United States. I recognize that we don't all agree on abortion, but it has long been the policy under the Hyde Amendment for taxpayer dollars not to fund abortion in the United States of America. And that has enjoyed bipartisan support. We've reflected on that many times in the Energy and Commerce Committee, as well as in this committee and on the House floor, that there was a time when many Democrats voted in favor of the Hyde Amendment, in favor of ensuring that taxpayer dollars did not fund abortion, recognizing that we may not all agree, but that taxpayer dollars, hard-earned taxpayer dollars of Americans, this is an issue. When you ask the question as to whether or not Americans think that their taxpayer dollars should go to fund abortion, the large majority will say no, despite the fact that the country is divided on the issue itself. And unfortunately, this is an issue that is very divisive, and I tend to agree with your point about the CR and our ability to come together. I would hope that we could continue the policy of Hyde, the important protections, to ensure that taxpayer dollars aren't, women or, people who have conscience and very personally held beliefs, faith-based beliefs against their taxpayer dollars being used to fund abortion should not have this imposed upon them by the federal government. Yeah, it comes back to values again. It's like, don't force my taxpayer dollars to go fund something that I do not support.
Well, again, I have a lot of respect. I understand there's strong feelings on both sides, but politically, I always point out to my friends, most of these restrictions were passed by Congresses where the Democrats were the majority. And frankly, majority is much more substantial for today than today. And I think actually that decision to higher levels of the Democratic Party costs them politically a lot. It drove a lot of pro-life people that might otherwise be Democrats out of their ranks. But again, that's a decision they're free to make, but it will have legislative consequences here. I mean, it literally means that things that have traditionally been bipartisan, and appropriations bills have to be bipartisan. You can't do reconciliation on appropriations. So, if we don't, then those things don't come back. They're just simply, you'll be living with Donald Trump's last negotiated budget, which I don't think very many of my Democratic friends want to do. And I'm anxious not to do that too. I think we need a defense increase and some other things where we would bargain back and forth, but it's not going to happen unless the pro-life provisions, I think, come back. Let me ask you this, and I guess I could put this to any of you. Chairman rightly made the point, we're not going to vote today. We're going to have a lot of discussion on this. Are any of your committees going to reconvene? Because your committees in these respective areas house the expertise of both parties. If you're going to do a tax deal, I have opinions on taxes, but I know my friend Mr. Brady knows more about taxes than I will ever know from his long tenure, and I'm sure that Mr. Neal knows more than Democrats that aren't on that committee and haven't gone through years of hearings. And so, a lot of our very best people in all of these areas, got one crack at one bill, and that bill has now changed pretty dramatically in some areas. Some of you might quibble and say not too much, but I'm just curious, would it be fruitful to go back if we're going to spend time and have a discussion, let the people that know the most about energy and commerce talk about those provisions, the people that know the most about ways and means talk about the tax provisions, the people that know most about education and labor, the people that actually handle the budget, deal with those sorts of things? And I'll start with you, Mr. Pallone. Now you're reaching down there for the button, and I'm always interested in what you have to say.
Well, I would say what I think my colleagues have already said, which is that for the most part, within the energy and commerce jurisdiction, we've just seen things drop out for the sake of going from.
So you're sure there's absolutely nothing new in here?
There's nothing new that I can think. I mean, there may be something around the margins, but for the most part, when I went through the list of items that were in the bill, those are the items that were already in the bill, and I didn't mention the things that had dropped out.
Okay.
I'd
Mr.
be
Neal?
the same position. Most of the things that we'd be discussing have been dropped out of the bill.
I haven't heard from the chairman whether we might meet again, but there's definitely a major change, as I said, on the effect on proprietary colleges and the significant number of people that they serve, as I said, veterans, primarily minorities, and working people. And I think it'd be very helpful if we had a discussion of that, but I haven't heard of anything.
Yeah, Mr. Piss?
Thank you, Ranking Member. I have requested with the chairman of my committee to actually reconvene and modify the rules of reconciliation to give them the opportunity to increase the debt limit and to make sure that they have all the tools available. So would love for that to happen so we don't turn into another crisis in December.
Mr. Chair, or Mr. Ranking Member.
Yeah, please.
Yes, Mr. Cole, I believe it would be very helpful for the Energy and Commerce Committee to reconvene. We marked up 16 titles within a 3-day period. That is extraordinary. This is huge changes within policy. We were given the bill just days before the markup. We have not, as an authorizing committee, over major programs, had the time to really go through and have the debate. And there are significant changes that we've identified. Now, this is in a short amount of time. You take Medicaid, a very important safety net program, a program that I believe it is so important that the states have the ability to structure their Medicaid programs in a way that are going to best meet the needs of the most vulnerable in their states. That is the beauty of Medicaid, and we need to make sure that we're protecting Medicaid for those that need it the most. And it is the individuals with disabilities. It is some of the most vulnerable. It's the low income. There are cuts from the mark to Medicaid, and there's a penalty put in place for states that didn't expand Medicaid at the same time that the majority is proposing to, as I understand, a new Medicaid national program, really taken away from the intent of Medicaid and the importance of the states really being able to structure these programs. I know Washington State, we expanded Medicaid, but we had to wait years to get a Medicaid waiver to do what we wanted to do in Medicaid. Years, right? Begging the federal government. We think that we can do better. And yet, oftentimes, the federal government thinks that they know better. There's new cuts, or the Medicare provisions have changed. I know Senator Sanders has said he wants to expand it to vision, hearing, vision, hearing, and dental, but this bill only includes hearing. This bill adds provisions related to the Food Drug Administration, FDA. That's new. Those are all new. It'd be very helpful to go to committee and better understand what the provisions are on the FDA. It's a new blank check to NTIA. We've not had any discussions about that. They changed the name of the Heat Your Home tax, but it's still a tax on natural gas that's going to increase heating cost as we're heading into winter. The Department of Energy
Let me
loan
add, just
program.
being from Oklahoma, it will increase cooling costs too. It will be a year-around tax on anybody that needs to cool down or anybody that needs to warm up, period.
Yes.
Not just a winter problem. It's
And
a huge heating
It really
problem for
hurts
us.
those that are on a fixed income, those that are low income, the hardest, because they're spending a higher percentage of their income on home heating and trying just to pay their energy bill. The Department of Energy loan program, that is really an undefined loan program at this point. It was $700 million in committee. Now I understand it's $3.6 billion. It'd be very helpful to go to committee. $3.6 billion to better understand what's the plan there. So there's significant differences. And I often, we need to do the necessary work of legislating. That's why we're here, is to legislate. We always learn from one another. And having the authorizing committee do their work would be extremely beneficial. This is not the way to legislate. This is not representative government. This is not what our Constitution, our founders envisioned when they set up this government. And actually, one of the values that I really cherish is that our founders, they wrote the Constitution to actually protect the individual from the government making all the decisions for them, right? that's what's unique about the United States of America, is that this is a new form of government, and it was to protect the individual, families, states, from the federal government making all the decisions. And yet so much of this legislation is coming from Washington, D.C. We know best.
Mr. Brady?
30 seconds. So when we did the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, we held 4 days of markup, all during the daytime hours. Ranking Member Neal at the time and his team offered about 25 amendments until every amendment had been offered and the bill was passed. This process was identical. Chairman Neal offered us 4 days of amendments, all during the daytime hours, until we had exhausted all of them. While I disagree fiercely with the policies, they were vetted, and we had that opportunity. I would love for us to be able to come back on these two major changes: the corporate minimum tax, the Made in America tax, as we call it, and the one on retirement that impact retirement plans, because I think the consequences are deeper than people think.
Well, I'll just add, for what it's worth, as somebody that watches what goes on in your committee a great deal, and I've told you this before, but I'll say it on the record publicly, you guys put out the best information, of any of the committees in my viewpoint, and it's just helpful because this stuff is complex. If you're not really on the committee, you come to opinions, and so missing the debate over something, as you point out, like the corporate minimum tax, is just because it sounds like a good idea in many ways, I understand, but I'd like to hear people that really know what they're talking about, and both of you do, and the members that you represent do. Helps me get to where I need to be, and otherwise I'm catching snippets in the press, or watching somebody try to sum it up on a cable news network in 90 seconds. And that's a pretty bad way to make an opinion or come to an opinion on something as important and complex as these things. Let me just make a closing comment, Mr. Chairman. Number one, thank you. I'm sorry?
Mr. Collins.
Yes, of course. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, please.
Thank you. A question was made about whether or not the Ed and Labor Committee would reconvene. I think procedurally that would be somewhat awkward. We did our work. We reported our bill to the Budget Committee. The Budget Committee has sent the bill to Rules. If we were to do something, I'm not sure how whatever we did could catch up with the bill. In terms of what changes have apparently been made, when you went from 3.5 trillion to about 1.7 trillion, a lot of the programs somewhat evaporated. The community college proposal that was in what we reported is not there. School construction is not there, and significant reduction in job training. So those are the changes that are in the bill, with the reduction from the top line being 3.5 trillion down to 1.7 trillion.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And again, I'm sorry I didn't call on you. I got caught up with the witnesses in front of me, so I apologize for that, Mr. Chairman. I just, as you said, Mr. Chairman, it's going to be a while before we vote on this, because I think, honestly, you've still got to work through some of the internal dynamics. Since it's a reconciliation package, it's basically a partisan package and decision. I recognize, as the Chairman Ways and Means pointed out, Chairman Neal, that you got to work with the Senate. You got a lot of things you got to work through. We're not very well suited to do what we're doing here today. We are not good. We are a procedural committee for the most part. We have a few areas of original jurisdiction. Chairman, I've tried to work together. Some of those areas work together very well, and I applaud him for his work. But we have neither the staff nor the technical expertise to work through something like this in this committee. And that's one of the things that does concern me about the decision to use this committee. So, again, it's up to you what you do in your respective committees. I would just encourage you. I'm very appreciative of my friend from Kentucky saying we are working on a side-by-side. We are going to get that out to you. That will help. We're not very equipped to do that kind of in-depth stuff and that sort of back and forth. Our job is a different one. And it seems to me we're sort of going at this particular bill. I have a phrase I would use for it, but it would be inappropriate in a public setting, but it's something backwards, as the phrase that would be common in Oklahoma. So I much prefer it when you do your work and it moves forward to us. Then we are so much better versed because we have the expertise of your members and your committee staff available to us. So this strikes me as an unusual way to begin a process on one of the most expensive, far-reaching, extraordinary. You can like it or not like it, grieve for it or not, but nobody doubts the scope of what we're talking about. Nobody here is saying on either side, this is a little thing or it's not that big of a deal. It is a really big deal. And I take my friends at their words. They want this to be a transformative piece of legislation. They want to change big things, and I get it. You have all three branches for a fleeting moment. It's the way that usually works, no matter whether it's us or you. And so you want to do big things, but you're doing them on very narrow majorities. And I think that's one of the things that's twisting this. You've kind of empowered, I know you didn't do this deliberately, but you've empowered everybody in the United States Senate, to quote our own president, to be a president. Well, not everybody. You've empowered 50 people. You didn't empower 100. You empowered 50 people, basically, to do that. And I think the same thing happens. I've seen it happen in my own caucus when we were operating with larger majorities than you have today, that relatively small groups of people can get together and have an outsized and sometimes not very productive impact on the process. So, just as a legislator, I feel your pain, but as a Republican, I feel like I'm going to be the victim of your pain because I don't like the product that's coming before us. But again, Mr. Chairman, you've been very generous with the time. I appreciate that very much. And I appreciate all of you and you being here and answering the questions that I had. Thank you very much. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Before I yield to Ms. Torres, I just want to provide my friend from Oklahoma, and I think Ms. Fishbach requested it too, a section-by-section red line of the changes from the bill to the Rules Committee print, which the Rules Committee has produced already. And this will be online shortly, if not already, so people can, again, the 21st century, can go online and look at some of this stuff. So this is, I will happy to leave this with your staff.
Would you sign it?
I'm happy to sign it with all my best wishes. Right? I could get you as many as you want.
We'll take it from here.
I would prefer that we not kill as many trees. We should rely more on electronically if we can. Okay, well, you can get that. And then I neglected to give unanimous consent to Mr. Brady, who wanted to offer his article from the Washington Post for the amendment. I'm going to ask unanimous consent to insert a report from the Economic Policy Institute that said the Tax Cut and Jobs Act overwhelmingly benefited the rich and corporations while overlooking working families, and I'd like to insert that entire article in the record from the Economic Policy Institute from December 2019. And then another article from Forbes, written October 2019, entitled "Trump Tax Cuts Help Billionaires Pay Less Taxes Than the Working Class in 2018. And then to Ms. McMorris-Rogers, I just want to say the consumer rebates and credits included in the Buildback Better framework will save the average American families hundreds of dollars per year in energy costs, which I think is a good thing. And then the final thing I'm going to say is because Ms. Fox and I think Ms. McMorris-Rogers keep on mentioning about the government control. I wish people would also appreciate the fact that there are a lot of people who do not want government interfering in the most personal, private matters in their life. And the fact of the matter is we have many on the other side who want to deny women reproductive freedom and rights. And we also have some people on the other side who recently are talking about banning books in school. which is a frightening thought. So let's understand that that government intrusion, unfortunately, is coming from people on the right, having government dictate how they should control their lives. With that, I'm happy to yield to Ms. Torres from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and so much has been said already.
But not everybody has said it.
Not everybody has said it, and not everyone has used a number of adjectives since to attack either this hearing or the members that are present. So let me just start by apologizing to our dear chairmen that are here trying to do business, serious business, for the people of the United States of America. You know, on the issue, I'm not going to be schooled on my morals, you know, from people that continue to protect one accused sex trafficker to continue to serve in committee while not trusting women to have a right to decide about their own bodies, their reproductive rights. I'm not going to be schooled on my morals from people that aided and abetted an insurrection by continuing to support President Trump's false claims of election fraud. False claims. So, you know, I'm not going to kick anyone around, but I am going to state for a fact that the minimum wage is still $7.25. $7.25. You can barely buy a gallon of milk with that money. So the people that come here to school us and call us out of our names for caring about the poor and the people that we represent, you know, I'm sorry that you feel that way. I'm sorry that you choose to keep your head in the sand, but I don't. The promise of America, you know, also includes liberty and justice for all. And I truly believe that. I'm not accusing that you don't. I'm simply stating the facts that an insurrection happened because some people decided to continue to spread the lie. So don't come here and school me about right and wrong, because you have no footing to stand on to school me on right and wrong. For my district, we're really going to help a lot of people. There are currently 187,600 children that are benefiting from the child tax credit. That's only 2,000 more children than Mr. Kevin Brady. Only 2,000 more children in my district are benefiting than in your district, sir, that you're willing to vote against. For pre-K, there are 61,400 children in my district that are going to have an opportunity to go to school, to learn in a healthy environment, and just maybe in communities like mine, where parents, you know, are leaving before the sun comes up and don't come back home until long after these children get out of school, will have an opportunity to end that pipeline to prison in many cases. So in Missouri 8, there's 140,000 children or 77,000 families that would benefit from that. 52,300 kids under the age of 6 will have access to kindergarten. You know, does it matter if their parents think that they're above middle-class families because they make maybe $20 an hour, maybe $15 an hour? I don't think so. I think children deserve to have that. Mr. Brady, in your district, it's 65,700 children that will have access to preschool. I know it's been a long bill, and you might not have that in front of you. Ms. McMorris Rogers, you have 139,000 children that have access to the child tax credit, and 48,600 children will have access to preschool. Ms. Fox, 136,000 children are benefiting from the child tax credit in your district, and 50,000 will have access to preschool. I think that's huge for you. But for me, I'm going to keep focusing on my district. I wish we would have had more money for community college, but there's $40 billion there for community college. I have been very focused on providing training, basic skills for workers in my district so that there are readily available workers for those small manufacturers that are trying to make it in America. While this number may not get us, to where we want to be, it is a great start to continue to focus on those workers, to work with our community colleges to expand job training, certify courses so that they can get those jobs and hopefully get to the middle class. In California, a lot of people want to boo-hoo the Affordable Care Act. I don't think Congress went far enough. But I was so delighted to hear this week, that 94% of California residents have health insurance. 94% of California residents have health insurance. We embraced your bill. We expanded what you gave us. And as a result, people have access to a doctor. And in this bill, while we didn't go all the way, we did help those people in those states that unfortunately didn't see the value of expanding Medicare, Medicaid. So thank you for that. It may not benefit my district directly or my state, but healthy Americans benefit our entire country. Home care. While we didn't get $190 billion, we got $150 million. I have so many seniors that deserve to have this care, and so many minimum wage workers that are working in this industry. Maybe they will get a raise. Maybe they will get the acknowledgement that they deserve for the hard work that they do, changing the diapers of people, feeding them. Someday we're going to be there. Housing. $150 billion for affordable housing. I've been very focused on housing since I left the State Senate and the State Assembly in California. And we can do a lot of good with this money. We can focus on providing shelter for so many people. There's been a lot of talk around SALT and how it only helps, the 1%. That's not accurate. That's another falsehood. It is also a falsehood to say that states or state legislatures like California are the ones that are taxing and spending, on their constituents. My constituents have supported bond initiatives, voter-approved bond initiatives, because the federal government has failed to pay for their fair share in improving our roads, our bridges, our parks, our schools, internet, all of those things. And out of desperation, those voters said, put a bond initiative on the ballot. And the promise was a 30, 40, or 50-year bond initiative. If you vote for it, you get to deduct it in your taxes. But the Republicans, in their tax scam, went back on their word and taxed all of those people. The biggest middle-class tax increase they gave when they passed that tax bill. But yet they sit here and want to school us on moral values. Well, I want to thank all of you for your work. And I know that the numbers, the smoke and mirrors in this room about the numbers not being so high here or so high there, we started with over $3 trillion, and this bill is at 1.7. And while some of these changes are temporary, they're temporary because there are people that just simply won't vote to help the poorest of the poor in our communities. But we will vote for this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm going to yield back.
Thank you very much. Dr. Burgess.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I will observe that my ranking member on the Budget Committee doesn't have the best poker face. So let me just ask you, Jason, is there something that's on your mind that you'd like to share with us?
Thank you, Representative. There's always things on my mind. I'm just, as I said, we got the bill in an hour before. So I'm trying to look at if they decided to retain a lot of the provisions in the bill that was all about the wealthy. And unfortunately, there's way too many provisions that they decided to retain. And I'll tell you, as someone who represents one of the poorest congressional districts in the country, I understand that those provisions that are providing like a home buying credit of, if you make up to $200,000, you can receive $80,000 to purchase a home in California. That's kind of big. And the fact that Meghan Markle and Prince Harry can have, sending their kids to free pre-K, you're helping the wealthiest of the wealthy. And like I said about SALT, the state and local tax deduction, the gimmicks that they use to try to pay for it and just adding on years later to cap it, that's ridiculous. But it's $200 billion that they're using for the top 1%ers. Just plain and simple. It is the top 1% of the earners in our nation that in this bill that they claim that is only, 1.7, when it's in fact 4.6 trillion over 10 years. 4.6 over 10 years. That's the bill. Because they use the budget gimmicks of changing the years and doing the phase-ins differently. It's 4.6. But these tax breaks for luxury vehicles, if you make up to $800,000 a year, you get a huge tax credit. And guess what? The current electric vehicle tax credit, 80% of the people that utilize it make more than $100,000 a year. It's all about the wealthy. It's about rewarding wealthy environmentalists. They're wealthy environmentalist friends. For example, when I gave the example that the thing that they made permanent was the climate provisions. And that's what the wealthy environmentalists want. And that is their number one priority based on the text of this legislation that we've been reviewing in the last hour and a half.
I certainly thank the gentleman for his insight. And Mr. Pallone, then that brings me to a question, because we did spend some time marking up some of those provisions in the Energy and Commerce Committee. And so if I could, I'd like to ask you a question about the methane emissions fee. Is that still in the bill as it exists today?
What we did is we've changed the, that provision slightly to address concerns of the Texas delegation and some of the Senate. And the concerns that were expressed, that I believe we've addressed, were that some have said that when you try to capture, that when you try to capture the flare from the methane, the flare, that they've had a problem getting the EPA to approve the permit for the pipe that would allow that. And so we've said that there wouldn't be any penalty, if you will, until those permits are approved. So that was one provision. And then the other is that rather than just have a penalty, I would call it a carrot and stick approach. We have the carrot. So we've added the carrot of providing the rebate funding up front to encourage the oil and gas to correct the situation and capture the
Well, let me just interrupt you for a minute. You said you worked with members of the Texas delegation. Did you work with Republican members of the Texas delegation?
Well, let me just say this. I think that there were enough people from Texas that have been bothering me for the last month that you probably, I could safely say that some of them were of the Republican ilk.
Well, the Republican ilk, but Republican members of the House of Representatives from the state of Texas.
I didn't speak to you personally, so I
Well, if you recall, when we debated this in committee, I brought up the issue of stranded gas in the Permian Basin.
No, and I think you'll be perfectly happy with the changes that I made.
And there exist today abandoned pipelines from the Permian to Houston, San Antonio, Dallas-Fort Worth, the large population centers, and the Port of Corpus Christi and Freeport, where natural gas could be liquefied and exported. So there exists today pipelines, infrastructure that is already in existence. It would just simply have to be recertified. And all I asked for in my amendment was, give us the same consideration that you give wind and solar for those energy units that are going to be brought back from the flare fields to the population centers and to the export centers. Why is that so hard?
It's not that it's hard. Look, as you know, and I mean, I can spend all night on this if you want. I don't think that you want me to, but look, the bottom line is methane is one of the major contributors to greenhouse gas, right? Those emissions. And we want to encourage the oil and gas companies to address this these methane emissions, the flare.
Correct.
In an
So
effective way.
you're better off if you don't flare and you don't vent.
Correct.
What's the way to prevent that? Send the natural gas down to a pipeline where it can be utilized, where it can be sold
Which
as
is
product,
exactly what
heat
we're
a home,
trying to do.
run an air conditioner, export so that it affects our balance of trade in a positive way. What's so hard about that?
No, I agree, and I think you and I agree on what we're trying to accomplish. I'm just saying that the way this has been changed from what was in the committee was rather than, maybe it's not a good expression of it, but rather than just have a penalty, which I call a stick, we're now having a carrot where we are going to give them money up front to try to achieve this.
Which was an amendment that I offered you
Well,
when
then
we
maybe
had
it
this
is
markup.
It's probably somewhat similar, but then you also have the problem with, again, I'm not an expert on this, but where some of these efforts to correct the situation were not permitted and were delayed, and so we've said we're not going to impose any penalty until the EPA permits those pipes that would correct the situation.
Basically, who pays the methane emission fee?
You'll pay, I wouldn't even call it a fee, but if you want to, you can use that term. You basically would pay a penalty if you don't move towards trying to capture this flare.
But I mean, who
emissions.
pays?
Who pays?
Yeah, who pays? Who's going to open up their wallet and pay the dollars for the methane emission fee?
The companies, the oil and gas companies.
So their customers are going to pay the methane emission fee.
I mean, look, if you can argue that about anything that's a public utility, ultimately, some of that.
Right, which is exactly the point. I don't understand why we wouldn't have worked together on a valid proposal that it's not mine. Jim Wright, member of the Texas Railroad Commission, has suggested we could get this stranded gas out of the Permian back to power plants in the eastern part of the state where the people are, to the ports where we could export it, and we could do that with existing structure with a few incentives thrown their way so that the startup costs would not be so difficult.
But I don't think that what we've done, Dr. Burgess, is inconsistent with what you just said.
But my amendment was defeated on party lines in committee, and I must tell you, I couldn't understand at the time.
Take a look at the language that we have there, and then we can.
I'd love to take a look at your language, but, it's hard to get. Well, let me ask you this, because we argued a lot about
Mr. Burgess.
It's not hard to get. You have it right now. I mean, we can get it for you if you'd like.
I've got pages of it in front of me. So my understanding is you struck the clean electricity performance program from the language of the bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So again, an amendment that I offered in our markup, defeated on party lines. I'm happy you accepted it because I think that's the right thing to do. But Chairman Pallone, if we work together occasionally, the Dallas Morning News pointed out that in a bill this large, there've got to be a few things that are actually good. The problem is there's so much other stuff that it becomes difficult for us to understand it and certainly accept it. But I'm going to ask you something that's a little bit unrelated. I sent you a letter the early part of October asking for some oversight in our committee about dollars expended in the American Rescue Plan. And we really should have that look back. We're now spending another, what is it, Jason, $4.6 trillion today? But we already spent $1.9 trillion. Stories in the news media this summer that only 2.5% of those funds could actually be expended by the cities and localities. They're worried about federal clawbacks, so they're reluctant to let the money go. We ought to look at that. We ought to understand what has happened to the dollars that we've already sent out the door.
I'd be glad to talk to you about trying to do more oversight in that regard.
Well, I was just going to point out that even Chairman McGovern, I know I'm a nuisance and I write a lot of letters, but Chairman McGovern does answer my letters. Or he tweets at me, which is also satisfactory.
Mr. Burgess?
Yeah, yes.
I would, just going back to the discussion around the methane fee, they may have named the program different, but it's basically the same, and it still includes the $1,500 per ton tax that ultimately is going to be paid for by consumers.
So the natural gas tax survived the cutting room floor, is what you're telling me. And that will be borne by the consumer, the person who is least likely to be able to afford it. Families will spend another $2,000 a year, starting this year, this winter, heating their homes, and next summer providing electricity for air conditioning. That's added to the extra $1 a gallon they're paying at the pump. And I know they shouldn't smoke, but if they do, they're going to be paying more money for their cigarettes. So those are all people that earn under $400,000 a year, and they are paying the cost of this bill, so they are paying the tax. Ranking Member Rady, let me just ask you a question, and this too is a little bit off topic, but we began this discussion today talking about investments for the good of the country, and there were some figures released today about the growth figures. the GDP figures for the last quarter. And I don't know, I'm a glass half full kind of guy. 2% growth seems pretty good, right?
No. So, yeah, I mean, so look at 2021 heading into this year. It should be just a boom year. We had regions reopening, a better than expected recovery, trillions of spending, stimulus spending, and life-saving vaccines. Instead, economic growth and job growth has gone down almost every quarter. The president, 0 for 3, has missed every economic projection. This quarter, growth should have been around 10%. It wasn't just 2. If you take out the inventories, just that temporary buildup, growth was 0. Literally, the economy didn't grow last quarter. So trillions of dollars got you 0. I mean, literally 0. And now we're being asked to trust again that trillions more will get this economy going. But in fact, these crippling tax increases will cost, in my view, millions of American jobs. It'll worsen the labor shortage. That drives the prices, makes recovery much harder. So, and then again, driving U.S. jobs overseas by favoring foreign companies over U.S. companies, I think is a horrible mistake.
And that's related to the corporate tax, is that correct?
So that is yes, the international tax changes for the most part.
So we used to hear about things, they were described as corporate inversions, and I don't know that I've heard about those for a while. Was there a reason that they stopped happening?
Yeah, so those were the answers that the day the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was signed into law, inversions where companies were either bought or sold by overseas companies, in some cases removed to foreign, went to zero. We've seen none. It was the signature economic failure of the Obama-Biden administration. Remember, it seemed like every month we were opening up, going online, and seeing another U.S. company, pack up and move their jobs overseas, their manufacturing plant overseas. All those communities just got hammered. And I noticed in the 2 years after the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, U.S. manufacturing added over 300,000 jobs, record number of manufacturing jobs, when they'd been losing them almost every year under President Obama and Vice President Biden.
Those were the jobs that would have taken a magic wand to bring back, if I remember correctly?
And we did. And the other thing I would say, I know Mrs. Torres could not support the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. I respect that, but I'm really proud that we expanded, doubled the child tax credit for thousands of her children. Her family of 4, average family of 4 in her district, saved $2,000 a year. That's important for children. And I'm really proud that wages for blacks and Hispanics grew almost 70% more after the Republican tax reforms than during the Obama-Biden administration. In fact, in 1 year, wages for families, household income grew more in 1 year than in all 8 years combined of President Obama and Vice President Biden. These tax hikes, what I worry about is they take us back to those bad old days.
I couldn't agree with you more. Let me ask you something, because we're both from Texas, and we were kind of startled at the well into the year, several months into the Biden administration, and the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services announced they were rescinding the Texas Medicaid 1115 waiver. This was the rescinding of the waiver happened 4 months after it was approved, which, left our state and the state was halfway through their legislative session, their budget session at the time. Hospitals had already done their planning for the year, and this funding was, or the extension of the 1115 waiver was removed, which meant the 1115 waiver likely would have expired at the end of either the end of the fiscal year or the end of the calendar year. I can never keep it straight, but less than a year's time from when that waiver was rescinded. So safety net hospitals who had required on that and had needed the certainty to be able to plan those programs for their most vulnerable citizens, they lost that. And the waiver also established a transition away from the some of the other public health programs that have been going on for some time and they wanted to go in a new direction, okay. But again, all of that planning was for naught, and the waiver was jeopardized. Now, I understand they've continued to work on it, and people are continuing to talk, and that's good. And I encourage the folks at the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services to continue to work on that. However, in this bill now, in front of us, there's kind of an unprecedented move that is going to further jeopardize care for people who are uninsured, underinsured, by preventing just a few states, Texas, Tennessee, and Florida, from having uncompensated care pools. So Section 3724, adjustments to uncompensated care pools and disproportionate share hospital payments, would selectively damage hospitals and uncompensated care pools. In fact, prohibit a state from establishing an uncompensated care pool in a state like Texas, Tennessee, or Florida, which seems punitive to me.
Yeah, why are you just selecting a few states and punishing them for finding a different way to take care of those who are uninsured? The Medicaid 1115 waiver was really important to Republicans and Democrats in our state, and mostly important to families of color, those with lower incomes, those in underserved and rural communities. For example, in the Valley, we noticed as a state that many of our Hispanics were using the emergency rooms for routine dialysis and others. So the community came together, used those Medicaid funds to create a facility that one treated them more regularly, but kept them out of the ER. All of those patients who can least afford it will be damaged if this administration doesn't grant that waiver. We are hopeful. We've been told this isn't targeting our state politically. I hope that is the case. We're operating on that assumption, and we hope there's no further targeting of states, especially the poor.
So it's not just the uncompensated care pools, it's also the disproportionate share hospitals. And we actually created almost an SGR-type problem with the disproportionate share hospital dollars that were supposed to be, remember the Affordable Care Act, everyone's going to have insurance, so hospitals wouldn't need any additional payments, and in fact, they were probably overpaid, so disproportionate share hospitals were going to give money back to the federal government. That was an offset that was used to pay for the Affordable Care Act, and then every year, since the disproportionate share hospital money was to be collected, we've said, we'll delay that, but unfortunately, just like the SGR, the meter continues to run, and so the dollars continue to accrue somewhere in some account, and eventually will have to be offset when we finally face the music and undo that policy, because we all know it was misguided. You all, both our committees worked on drug pricing, and in the Energy and Commerce Committee, we actually had a vote on that provision in the bill, and it tied, and in this case, the tie doesn't go to the runner. The tie meant that the amendment or that provision was not reported out of our committee, but then the Ways and Means Committee did report it, and then we heard it in the Budget Committee, so I think it is still in the base legislation, is that correct?
We haven't given up on it. I think that's the more
I wish you would.
Well, let me then respond, since you're pointing that out. In many meetings.
You had 3 Democrats on our committee, 3 Democrats.
One in our committee, and
Hey, that's 4 votes, and you can't lose 4 votes when this thing comes to the floor.
Well,
Can I point that out to you?
I'm suggesting if we come up with a reasonable plan on this, and there's still some time to go on it, but let me say something in the conversations I've had with the industry. There's no state that's more dependent upon research and development than Massachusetts, right?
I hear from your
Kendall
state.
Square.
I hear from people in
Highest
your state all the
concentration of
time.
R&D in the world. So I've got a strong relationship listening to what they have to say about innovation and creativity, but you got to be able to afford it. And here's what I've said to members of that industry. The worst news they've had in 10 years is Donald Trump criticizing them over drug pricing. And you know what? They've said to me, that's the turning point. Donald Trump took a more vigorous position than members of Congress on the Republican side were willing to take. We're looking for a path of cooperation here, not to kill creativity, not to kill innovation, but to come to grips with the reality that drug pricing is out of
In
hand in
fairness to
America.
President Trump, I think he was seeking a solution, and he did move the needle on that.
He moved the needle all right. Yeah.
But look, one of the things that has really, there was a lot of discussion in the Energy and Commerce Committee on the concept of re-importing prices from European countries to our country, the quality adjusted life year, popularized by Zeke Emanuel when the Affordable Care Act was written. That became a feature of our discussions in committee. And the question was, are we importing the quality adjusted life year to our country from European countries? Are we going to be importing a system where we place a relative value on the lives of patients?
Well, can I just say this, Dr. Burgess, again, I know that you don't support, at least I don't think you support negotiating prices. My situation is very similar to Congressman Neal's. I mean, you could come to my New Brunswick district office, and literally directly across the street is the international headquarters for Johnson & Johnson. I have so many drug companies, probably more people that work in the drug industry, I would say maybe even than you, although you're probably, we might be first and second. And I would never seek to do anything that would diminish innovation or more research, because so much of that research is in my district. But the bottom line is that the only way that we're going to have a significant reduction in prices is if we allow the government, in this case HHS, to negotiate prices on these drugs that are, where the prices have increased dramatically and so many people need them in order to get through the day. And we are still working, and I do believe we will have a proposal that achieves that through negotiated prices.
So when we worked on the Affordable Care Act many, many moons ago, and this issue came up, for whatever reason, Chairman Waxman would not hold a hearing on this. We had a briefing with Doug Elmendorf from the Congressional Budget Office. And members of your committee asked the director, how much money are we going to get to offset other things we want to do by negotiating drug costs? And he said, unfortunately, it does not deliver any savings.
I don't
and they
agree
said,
with that. And neither
why?
would the, neither
and he
would
said, because the PBMs are already doing that, and they're doing it better than the government ever could. Now, look, I'm no fan of the PBMs, and I think they've been harmful in some situations. But here's the bottom line: just straight up negotiating wasn't going to produce the result you wanted. So the speaker decided that we'll change this from a negotiation to a hostage taking. And if you produce a new product, an innovative product, but your price is more than we think is fair, we're going to claim 95% of the gross receipts of that company. I mean, that is a death sentence for the companies you claim to
the excise tax,
want to help.
The excise tax was only to bring the drug companies to the table so they would actually negotiate. That's all.
If you drag them to the table with a gun to their head, I don't think that's a negotiation.
There has to be there has to be some sort of stick, otherwise they don't come to the table like any negotiation.
In fairness, our colleague, Morgan Griffith, pointed out last year, or in 2019, when Speaker Pelosi brought this bill to our committee in short order, just like we tend to do things, and again, during our markup, our colleague Morgan Griffith pointed out that you may have constitutional problems. This may be an illegal taking. And he studied it more since the H.R. 3 debates in October of 2019, and I think he feels even more strongly about it today. We can let him speak for himself. And he also suggested there may be Eighth Amendment problems with this legislation. So why do we have to continue to do this way when there are other alternatives? H.R. 19, we offered H.R. 19 last Congress. 17 or 18 provisions in H.R. 19 were signed into law, bipartisan provisions. The Purple Book, now online. The Orange Book, now online. So people who want to make generic drugs can have access to the information they need to provide those.
But you can't get, you can't, look,
Scott
whether it's
Gottlieb,
methane
let me
or-
finish this
Yeah,
thought.
sure.
Scott Gottlieb, the administrator at the Food and Drug Administration, I forget the actual numbers, but he approved more generic drugs in his short time at the FDA than really anyone had ever seen before. And that had the effect of bringing down overall drug prices in the 2 years that Dr. Gottlieb was the head of the FDA. Those are the types of programs that we should be looking at. Why do we fight over something that is either not achievable or is going to be unconstitutional, that is going to drive innovation away from our country? I don't know why we would do that. But at the same time, that seems to be the determination of the Speaker of the House of Representatives. I'm ready to hear your answer, but I'm certainly not ready to accept it.
Okay. Look, we don't agree, obviously, on a lot of this, but the bottom line is, whether you're talking about methane or you're talking about prescription drugs, if you don't have some kind of stick or enforcement mechanism, I mean, all the efforts to provide additional money, to provide credits, to provide this, sure, it's helpful. I'm not suggesting that. I talked about the carrot and the stick approach with methane. But if you don't have some kind of penalty to the drug company, then they're never going to come to the table.
Hey, how about we provide an incentive? Because,
You can
look,
provide an
some
incentive,
of these
but not
products,
without some-
Mr. Chairman, are,
We're never going to
they're a
agree.
gift. They're a gift.
Everyone is not going to
Savaldi-
necessarily respond to, say, okay, I want to negotiate, and they'll say, oh, sure, I'll be glad to sit down with you. And then if they don't, what do? You have to have some kind of penalty. You
I
have to
know-
have some kind of a stick.
I know you want the government to control things, but as I've told people over and over again in our committee, if you don't understand the difference between Sovaldi and Daraprim,
The
you're going to
problem
get
is
this
you just
answer
wanna-
wrong
you just wanna
every
say,
single
I'm going to give you
time.
money, and I'll have an incentive, and then you'll do it. But it doesn't work that way. Look.
No,
as
what
far as the-
happened,
I'm a
what
big
happened with the
supporter-
cure for,
I'm a
please,
big
we're
supporter of
we're
it.
bothering the clerk. Let me say this.
but you
We have a
let me
cure
respond.
for a disease that did not even exist 40 years ago, hepatitis C. We've got a cure. That's a gift from the Almighty. And now, the cost was really high. Now it has fallen because why?
Cost
Not because of
drugs,
generics.
Dr. Burgess, the cost of prescription drugs went skyrocketed in the last few years, even with the COVID. There's no way that this is going to happen without the government playing some role
Well,
to
I disagree.
negotiate the prices.
And I have offered approaches to look at what we're doing with the rebate structure. Why don't we make insulin available either at no cost or the rebate paid to
We
the
are going
patient?
to have the
at-
inflation rebate. That'll be part of this as well.
Yeah.
There will be some of the things that you're talking about, and there will be more research, but you have to have negotiation.
Okay,
I'm
but
a
here's-
big supporter, let me just say one more thing. I'm a big supporter of generics. I totally agree that generics have the ability to bring down prices, but what we've had is the drug companies continue to find some way to continue their exclusive period, way beyond the initial 5 years for molecular or 12 years for biochemicals. Some of these drugs have been out there for 20 years, and before they develop a generic, because they prevent the generics from coming to market. Generics are great, but they have managed to get around it and not let the generics come to market.
Which
And
is-
that's why we have to.
Which is
negotiate.
precisely why in HR 19 last Congress and this Congress, we could have worked on what's called the patent thicket and fixed the problems that exist there so that I mean, it's continuing to endure to this day. You haven't done anything in 2 Congresses to fix that problem when it was within our power to fix it. And we demonstrated that with the CREATES Act that was in HR 19 2 Congresses ago. We have accomplished that, signed into law. So
You have
you
so
take
many
these
of these
approaches-
companies that are way
you
beyond the 5 years or that continue to have exclusivity and charge higher and higher prices and gouge the public.
So why would we not try to solve that problem?
We are trying to.
No, you're not. You're taking a bludgeon to the companies that, look, we've just been through a pandemic. Aren't we grateful that
In the
Merck
pandemic,
now,
some of them raised the prices 300% during the pandemic.
that's not true.
Oh, it is. I can show them to you. Anyway, I don't know how long you want to go on.
Well, here's the point I was trying to make at the beginning of this. The quality adjusted life year is not something that we should be importing into this country. People are not willing to accept the fact that we put a price on someone's life versus someone else's life. This patient is worth more than that patient. This patient is older than that patient, so we're going to pay for the drug for this patient and not for the other patient. This patient is disabled, so we're not going to pay for that drug for that patient. That's what the quality adjusted life year does. And we
that's a
have
separate issue
re-imported
from
that in
negotiating.
your language in HR 3. And it's not acceptable to people.
It's not exactly HR 3 what you're going to have, but it's the principle of negotiating the price has to be the key part of this.
So let me ask you one other question. The federal Medicaid language that you had in the bill that we had in committee, did that survive?
No, it has not. Basically, as what the Congressman McMorris Rogers said, is we had a 3 or so many years where the Medicaid expansion states, the red states like Texas, hadn't expanded, that we were going to put those people in the ACA so they could have the subsidy that you have for those that are already getting the ACA subsidy. And then after that, we were going to have a federal Medicaid program that they could tap into. The federal Medicaid program is out.
So you would-
We still have the subsidy for those people for the next 3 or 4 years, whatever it is, so that if you're in Texas and you're in that expansion population, you can sign up for the ACA and you'll get the same subsidy that you get for all the other people that are in.
Is the intention to bring back the federal Medicaid program?
I personally would love to have the federal Medicaid program, but that is not in this bill.
But Medicaid historically has been a shared federal-state responsibility since 1965.
I'm just trying to do what's necessary to get the people of Texas and Florida health insurance.
Then let them have their 1115 waiver and don't take it away from them at the last minute.
That's not going to accomplish it.
Chairman Brady, or Ranking Member Brady, can I ask you just one simple question? Is there a practical effect for exhausting the Medicare Trust Fund?
Well, yes, there is. Obviously, that's a pretty severe step. No one, I think, wants to see that. I think it, similar to the debt ceiling, that's just not a Rubicon you want to cross. And I think creates more uncertainty in a major, crucial healthcare program for us. And so does Medicare stop the minute you cross that and it is insolvent? No. Does it create severe financial changes to try to accommodate that? Yes.
And those would be financial changes that Congress would be required to address on a
Yeah,
pretty
and we don't know,
immediate basis.
and to be honest, we don't know the extent of that yet. But we do know, for this is absolutely certain, hearing, vision, dental, very important for seniors, it's already available in Medicare Advantage. About a third of the seniors pick that and have that. In fact, in many of these areas, as we looked at the original proposal, frankly, folks in underserved areas already have the option in their community for it.
So we're in the open enrollment period, and those commercials run almost nonstop. Hearing, vision, and dental available on Medicare Advantage.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Brady. I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Mr. Perlmutter. It's your turn. I yield you 60 minutes.
They took out vision and dental, but it's actually available.
All right, I'm going
Advantage
to
plan.
keep it tight. We have 20 more witnesses after you all. So, 20, yeah. Mr. Brady, you threw a lot of numbers at us. I'm going to throw some back at you. This time last year, when Joe Biden beat the ex-president, stock market was at about 26,000, actually 26,659. Today, it hit 36,000, okay? That's 10,000 points, and each point is about $1.4 billion. So that's $14 trillion since Joe Biden beat the ex-president by 7 million votes. At the same time, and so the stock market's up 25%. That was a big point that the ex-president liked to make about how the stock market was doing, but it's up 25% since Joe Biden beat him. At the same time, unemployment is down 30% since this time last year. Durable goods are up by 13%, and GDP is up by 9% since Joe Biden beat Donald Trump. So there's a lot of positive news out there, and this bill this Build Back Better bill is going to make it even better because of things in it that I think are so important to America, like housing. There's a part of this Build Back Better bill that builds senior housing, disabled housing, and low to moderate income housing. $150 billion dedicated to that and to housing allowances and home care. Now, I don't know about your district, and Ms. Torres went through everybody's district, but I know in my district, we have a severe need for senior housing. This will help with senior housing, certainly in my district, and with disabled housing. There is a component in this bill for rebuilding our energy sector. Mr. Burgess was complaining about that, but in fact, Colorado, in part, we've seen old electrical grid fail and spark fires because of extreme drought. And this summer, we didn't have the fires in Colorado. They were in California, but we suffered the smoke. And so the fact is, we need a resilient system, whether it's in the electrical grid or our water systems, our roads and bridges, and that is part of both the infrastructure package, which we've been looking at, as well as the Build Back Better bill. You know, my district, I have a lot of seniors because people don't like to move from Colorado, and people like to move into Colorado. I have a lot of very young families in my district. And the universal pre-K, as well as the expanded child tax credit, will benefit thousands of families in my district. It already has. So I really just appreciate this. I've got a couple questions to the chairman. So, Mr. Yarmouth, there's been a lot of conversation about the effect of this Build Back Better on inflation. What's your take on all of that?
Well, thank you, Mr. Perlmutter. And first of all, yeah, there have been a lot of numbers thrown out here, and I want to comment. You know, the ranking member on budget mentions a $4.6 trillion cost in this bill. That's nonsense. It's manufactured numbers. And for him to say that and for members of his party to repeat that is so dishonest. What he's doing is saying, okay, you have child care in there for 1 year. If it were for 10 years, then it would add up to certain amounts. Well, it's not in there for 10 years. It's in there for 1 year. What they did exactly the same thing with the 2017 tax cut. They sunset provisions to make the numbers look better. Now, we would love to have more. We're not trying to pull any punches. We were authorized to spend $3.5 trillion. That was the resolution that was passed by both the House and the Senate. That's what we created. We drafted all these bills. The 13 committees wrote that legislation to spend $3.5 trillion. We can't get it past the Senate, so now we have to cut all this back. I would love it if we spent $4.6 trillion in this bill. It would be marvelous. I think it would be a justifiable investment in the country, but we're not. So don't say it's $4.6 trillion. It's about $1.75 trillion over 10 years, and this gets to the answer to your question. Over the 10-year period, we will spend, if this bill is passed, as it is, roughly $1.7 trillion. Again, that's $175 billion a year. Over the 10-year period, that's about 3% more than we would spend anyway, than we're already scheduled if we don't do anything. 3% more. And for 3% more, you offer anybody that deal, universal pre-K, child care, senior care, climate change policy. That's a hell of a deal. I think everybody go for it. Would you spend 3% more in taxes? Hell yes, we would. It's less than 1% of the entire GDP over that 10-year period. So the idea that people think that if we spend less than 1% of GDP over 10 years to make these incredible investments for the country, that we're going to spark inflation, that defies any economic law, common sense, you name it. The American Rescue Plan, the CARES Act, all of those were a little bit different because we injected a lot of money into the economy in a very short period of time. This is a very different proposal. This is a proposal, and I make this speech everywhere I go. For the first time in my 15 years in Congress, the administration is finally investing in the future of the country. This is a visionary piece of legislation. Come on, Jason, be civil. This is not.
That wasn't Mr.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That was Dr.
Sorry,
Fox.
Jason.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jason. I started over here.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Sorry about that. The American Rescue Plan, that was designed, and again, CARES Act, to deal with the pandemic, to deal with the economic impact of the pandemic, to shore up cities and states and towns because of the economic costs of the pandemic. Again, perfectly justifiable, different orientation. This is to prepare generations of young people for the future. This is to allow the 2 million women who are now not working because they don't have child care, the ability to afford child care, and then to be able to work to make a better living. Same with those people who are caring for senior citizens. Part of this thing, and this is what we have to make sure we emphasize. We talk about child care. I think most people think, well, this is all about giving vouchers to people or subsidizing their payments. A lot of this is to create the capacity for the child care. So to allow people to be paid more to do this work so that children actually have quality care to go to. So all of these things, again, to me, just represent a remarkable opportunity for our future and something that's absolutely necessary. We talked about climate policy. I won't get into that. But once more onto the question of inflation. 17 Nobel-winning economists have put out a letter that said this program will be the most important thing you can do to get control of longer-term inflation. Because again, it increases productivity, increases the capacity of the economy, and therefore you can have more activity without raising prices. We know that right now, much of the inflation we're seeing is pandemic-related. We have supply chain issues. The cost of shipping has gone up 200%.
Well, everybody knows that toilet paper cost a lot when the pandemic hit us a year ago.
Exactly.
And lumber went way up. Both of them have come way down.
They've come way down. And a lot of these prices are compared to last year when we were at depths of the pandemic. So you had gas prices lower because nobody was driving, nobody was going anywhere. There wasn't enough demand. If you go back to 2018, gas prices were virtually where they are now. So we've got a lot of distortions in the economy right now because of the economy recovering from it. The GDP question's another one. The last quarter saw the surge of the Delta variant all over the country. That was a significant factor in keeping GDP growth down. The quarter before that, it was 6%, very, very vigorous. But again, in terms of long-term inflation, Nobel Prize economist says this is good for long-term control of inflation. The Fed has basically said, we have lots of fiscal space to do this without worrying. Now, they're vigilant about inflation because obviously we're all worried about the impact on particularly working families. Costs of milk, costs of bread, that doesn't help anybody. But again, we'll work through these issues that related to the pandemic economy. But this bill, again, less than 1% of GDP over the next 10 years is not going to cause inflation.
Thank you. You want me to yield back?
Yeah, that'd be
I'll
really
yield
nice,
back.
yeah. I'm now happy to yield to Mr. Rushenthaler, who's newly married.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. There's that old Phil Hartman sketch on Saturday Night Live where he's like just the caveman lawyer. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
That's kind of how I feel when it comes to I'm just a lawyer. I'm not an economist, but I just know that when I go to the grocery store, things cost a lot more. So, Ranking Member Smith, would you like to talk about inflation, whether this is transitory? Because I know I'm feeling the pinch. My constituents are feeling the pinch. It's indisputable that we're paying more for goods we need every day. I yield to you.
Thank you, Representative. I can tell you my constituents don't believe it's transitory. And there was a lot of talk about the stock market. The people that I represent, they care about the supermarket. and they care about the prices at the supermarket. They don't care about what's going on Wall Street or the stock market. They care about what it's going to cost to put food on their table, clothes on their backs, and gasoline in their cars. And I do want to, before I hit more on the inflation, Representative, if you will allow me, I would like to address the prior comments by the chairman whenever he was saying that I was being dishonest. To say that the bill that's before us is $4.6 trillion. It is $4.6 trillion over 10 years if you don't allow the items that you had sunsetted at the year 22 to expire. And that's what it is. And so unless the Democrats want to allow the child tax credit to expire on the year 22, 1 year in, if they want to allow their Obamacare subsidies to expire, that means they would want the child tax credit to expire and the earned income tax credit. So my $4.6 trillion, Mr. Chairman, is in regards to allowing the proposal that's in this 1,700-page bill to last over 10 years. That's where $4.6 trillion comes in. It's not a dishonest number. Just listen to all my words, not just pick and choose some of them. But Representative, I will also add to it, inflation. Gas prices in my state are up 80% since January 20th. Meat is up 14%. Clothing is up 10%. That's not transitory. That is affecting real Americans every day. And I just, even the White House, the OMB, at the beginning of the year, before they passed the Biden bailout bill, projected inflation to be 2%. It's triple. It's 6%. On course to be the highest it's been in 40 years. Even the White House projected 2%, and now it's 6%. They were that far off. But it all happened after they started this reckless spending, and here's another $4.6 trillion that they're wanting to add fuel to the inflation fire.
Thanks, Ranking Member Smith. Ranking Member Brady, would you like to add anything on inflation and the purchasing power of everyday Americans?
Well, sure. Can I make this? I think Jason's point's really fair about the $4.6 trillion, because my Democrat colleagues did the same thing in tax reform. Our cost was 1.5 over 10 years. You made the case that if it was all expended, it would be 2.3. You all used that probably yesterday in your discussion. So I think Jason's point, fair to fair, apples to apples, the 4.6 trillion seems exactly accurate. So yeah, inflation, as you know, is on track to be the highest in 40 years right now. It is almost every month President Biden's been in office, prices have been risen higher than their paychecks have. And that isn't abating. In fact, a number of the big factors, as you know, inflation doesn't happen just because of cars or just because of gas. There's a bunch of stuff in there. What isn't in there yet is housing. You know, it's about an 18-month lag here. All those huge high increases in rents in home prices is going to start showing up December, January, February in a big way. And so inflation happens when expectations are there. Right now, consumer expectations, with the poll we saw, survey we saw just a few days ago, is at the highest it's been in a decade or more. So yeah, the worry, and no one wants this. No one wants inflation to get baked in to our economy. And that's why if you pour another $2 trillion or 4.6 into the economy, when you're also discouraging workers from reconnecting to a job, you have a recipe for very high inflation for a very long time.
Chairman Neal, I know you've been trying to get my attention, so of course I'll yield to you. And then, so I know you have something to say. I'm going to yield, but before I do, I wanted to ask you a question about the 3-pager. There's something about the IRS investments to close the tax gap. So I'm going to yield to you to address what I know you wanted to talk, but if you could hit on that too, I'd appreciate it. I'll yield.
Thanks to the gentleman. So Mr. Brady's correct. We did use $2.3 trillion, but interest rates were considerably different in 2017 than they are now. And the money for the tax cut in 2017 was borrowed. That's an important consideration. And Senator McConnell led the charge on on the Senate side for that very reason. So let me just go back to this issue, and I'll come back to your IRS statement on inflation. Nobody sitting in this room today knows what inflation is going to look like in a year. But we do know the following. In history, nobody has changed the rules of supply and demand. And right now, the issue of demand is in front of us because much of the work that we did in a bipartisan manner put a lot of money into the pockets of consumers at the time, many of whom needed it, but others sat on it. American corporations right now are sitting on more money than they have in a long, long period of time. But demand right now, particularly as we run to the holiday season, part of this is the supply chain that we can't control because of the pandemic in places like Malaysia. What's happened with the Port of LA and the Port of Seattle and the Port of Boston, this has contributed to the challenge. So I do think that it's a fair statement to say none of us really know what an inflation trend is going to look like in short order. And you should know, I think Jay Powell has done a good job at the Federal Reserve Board. And IRS? You want me to talk about
So
that? Okay.
I just want to see if you want to expand upon the exact quote from the 3 pagers, IRS investments to close that tax gap. If you want to expand on that.
Yeah. So these are the numbers. From 2010 until 2020, IRS funding fell by 20%. You are much more likely to be audited if you claim the earned income tax credit than you are if you are paid in dividends and stock options. The reality is because of withholding, wage earners in America comply weekly at this extraordinary level of about 97% of compliance. Pretty wild when you stop and think of it. The average number for the rest of America is closer to 85, 86%. That tells you the story right there. People that go to work, the money is drawn down from your check every week or every month. So we think that by investing in new technology, new software, that we can discourage a lot of those who are beating the system currently. And we believe that the number is probably in that $400 billion range based upon an $80 billion investment. Technology, new personnel, and the last point, we think that the individuals that we're going to have to hire going into the future, they're going to have CPA background, tax lawyer backgrounds, because the people on the other side that are gaming the system, they have those abilities. So it's a good question.
Thanks, Chairman. I appreciate it. Ranking Member Brady, I know you're trying to get my attention. I was going to ask you if you had concerns about the IRS and also the how
30 seconds.
politics is going to come in.
30 seconds.
Yep.
So here's where Chairman Neal and I agree. People ought to pay their taxes, and we ought to close the tax gap. So the difference is, what is the tax gap, and how do we do it? Here's the problem. What's being touted as the tax gap is basically data from 7 years old, a couple local researches, and a bunch of guesses about cryptocurrency, foreign transactions, and concealed income. And I'm not convinced. I think these are funny numbers. Now, they're given to us, so you'll accept it. I think those numbers don't ring true. What I do think would ring true is if we've introduced legislation, you may be on them, to require an accurate tax gap analysis each year, verified by Joint Committee on Taxation, telling us where the contributions and tax caps are, so we can go after it together. So we think there's a much smarter way, especially without this IRS bank surveillance approach. But I think there's a common goal. There's just different approaches.
Ranking Member Brady, when we're talking about this and too with taxes as well, I'm still very concerned this is going to lead to tax increases on the working class and middle class. And the nonpartisan Joint Committee on Taxation found, and I'm quoting because I want to get this right, found that within 10 years, 66.3% of the corporate tax burden will be borne by the lower and middle class. And of course, that makes sense because the corporations are going to pass that on to the consumer. Additionally, the left-leaning Tax Policy Center found that President Biden's plan would actually raise taxes on 75% of middle-class families next year, rising to 95% of the middle-class families over the long term. Would you like to?
Yeah, so those were estimates of the Ways and Means bill that was marked up and passed out. It included corporate tax rate increases and the tobacco tax, about $100 billion on that as well. So we believe that there will be tax increases from that minimum corporate tax rate, but that hasn't been assessed yet, to be fair. Again, that hasn't been vetted, so we don't know the impact there. We do know increases on the middle class, low income from the tobacco taxes. The other thing that worries me as well, too, is the international tax laws. You think that wouldn't have an impact on necessarily on middle class workers, but when you become so much less competitive than the rest of the world, when you see investments in jobs and research driven overseas, my view is it definitely has an impact on those workers.
Thanks, Ranking Member Brady. Ranking Member McMorris-Rodgers, so as you know, I'm from southwestern Pennsylvania, big oil and gas state, and particularly in my part of the region. I'm really worried about taxing natural gas. And if you look at it, just in Pennsylvania alone, your average family saves roughly $1,200 a year just in lower energy costs. And just as Ranking Member Brady was talking about the corporate taxes, that is transitory because corporations are going to pay that off. They're going to have the consumers pay that. They're also going to have savings when the corporations, manufacturers reduce energy costs because there'll be savings. So what I'm trying to say is not only does the average family save more because of low cost of energy, they're also paying less if we didn't have these other issues going on in the economy for goods because it costs less to manufacture them because energy prices are low. Do you have concerns that if we start taxing oil and gas, that will also have an impact on working and middle-class families?
Absolutely, yes. Definitely have concerns. We're heading into winter. There's growing concerns right here in the United States of America around reliability, affordability. It makes no sense right now that we are shutting down American energy. The provisions in this bill around the methane tax, the natural gas tax, it is estimated it's going to be tens of thousands of jobs that it would be cost right here in the United States of America, and that it would increase natural gas bills this winter by 34%. That is on families all across this country. We already saw that the administration shut down the Keystone Pipeline day one. That was 10,000 jobs, and the estimates are that this will be additional tens of thousands of jobs. You know, we had a natural gas employee, union worker out of California testify. Oh, my God, if I turn on, thank you. So oftentimes I hear from the majority that all of these jobs are going to be able to transition, right? We had a union worker from California testify in March. He said, I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. It actually makes my skin crawl, was his words, because he said, you know, we finally reached a point where we're energy independent, and now we're going to shut that down, shut down American energy. We're going to go all in on wind and solar. That is, those supply chains all come from China. We're gonna turn our back on American ingenuity, technology that's leading the world right now. We are leading the world in bringing down carbon emissions because of technology innovation, carbon capture, carbon sequestration. We're leading the world, and it's going to cost jobs. It's going to cost us American leadership. It jeopardizes the progress, the leadership that we are making. It's going to hurt the economy, and it's going to hurt jobs. It's going to hurt jobs.
And you hit it. The great irony is we're actually the only nation that signed on the Paris Climate Agreement that's actually reduced our carbon emissions. And we talk about carbon emissions. We can talk about it all we want, but even if we reduce to zero, which I don't think is possible, at least in the midterm, you still have China putting out 27% of the world's global emissions. What's worse is China is not reducing that. They're actually going to increase their emissions. It was frankly on the front page of the Wall Street Journal today. Interesting read. They're not even going to be reducing until the mid-2030s. So we can do all we want until we address China and we have real partners. It doesn't do anything. And then as far as the electric vehicles, I know there was talks about that. I just wanted to put that in perspective as well. So the truth of the matter is that electricity still needs to be made somehow. I often say the drywall in your garage when you plug in the Tesla, that drywall is not generating energy. So when you look at it, realistically, electric cars will generate just 23% fewer greenhouse gas emissions than a gas-powered car. So if you take that to all the cars in the world, let's say we made them all EVs, you'd only have a 1.8% decline in total emissions. So we're shifting all this, just in the motor industry, all this to EVs for a 1.8% reduction. And again, we're not addressing China and those issues. So with that, for the sake of time, I'm going to yield back. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Reschenthaler, congratulations on your marriage. I'll give you the advice my father-in-law gave us when we got married, which was beware of any chore you accept the first week of marriage because you're going to be doing it the rest of your life. So,
Would the gentleman yield?
By all means.
I could have used that advice 3 weeks ago, but
a little late. Well, better late than never. So, Mr. Chairman, we've taken some partisan hits today, some good-natured, some a little less so. So forgive me for taking a second just to respond to a little bit of the incoming fire here. The ranking member kicked it off by saying that we were going around in circles before we brought the Buildback Better Act forward today, and everyone had a good laugh about that. And the only thing I can do there is quote Mark Twain, who said, "I don't belong to an organized party. I'm a Democrat."
It was Will Rogers.
Was it really Will Rogers? Well, all the more appropriate then. I guess Mark Twain stole it from him. But certainly Mark Twain was a Democrat. I think Will Rogers was a Democrat. You can correct me. And, we are the party of Social Security. We are the party of Medicare. We are the party of Medicaid. We're the party of the Affordable Care Act. We're the party of the National Labor Relations Act and the Fair Labor Standards Act. And all those things were called socialism back when they started. Not by people in our party, but by people in the other party. They called it socialist back then. And we do have internal democracy in our party, too. This is true. We're a much bigger party. We have millions more people in it than the other party. And we're not run by one man. We don't let one person dictate to us everything we're going to do. So there's democracy, there's debate, and so on. I think Mr. Smith said there was disarray and division. You know what? We haven't overthrown the chair of the Democratic caucus. We didn't depose the chair of the Democratic caucus for taking a vote to impeach the first president in American history to incite a violent insurrection against the Union, to try to overthrow a presidential election. So I see disarray and division in the party that's going after at least two very fine members. I know there are leading members of the GOP caucus who are saying that Liz Cheney, the former chair of the House Republican caucus just earlier this year, and Adam Kinzinger should be stripped of their committee assignments. Wow. Talk about division. Talk about disarray. So dictatorship's a lot more efficient. One person tells everybody what to think. Democracy, yeah. A lot of different voices. But you know what? I think the world has found, for example, in World War II, you can't push a democracy too far without people coming back and saying, we're not going any further than that. And our party has been the party of social progress in the country. And I understand we have different philosophies of government. That's cool. We don't have to insult each other. We believe that the government must be an instrument of the common good for the common man and the common woman. Franklin D. Roosevelt called our party the democracy. He said, the royalists say you invest in the richest people in society and some of that wealth will filter down everybody else. But the democracy says you invest in the working people, the common man and the common woman of the country, and everybody will benefit from it. That's basically the exact same debate that is being played out in this discussion about the Build Back Better plan, which is a worthy successor to the New Deal, a Democratic initiative, the Great Society, a Democratic initiative. And I understand the other philosophy is that, well, we shrink government down to the purposes of military, police, courts, national security state, and do whatever we can to help the corporations, and then everybody else fend for themselves. So we just have two different views about that. I do want to say a word about political nomenclature, though, because the word socialism, I noticed, was bandied about a lot. And I've been hearing that in a lot of my committee hearings. And one can only assume the blissful ignorance of the gentleman about the fact that Social Security was called socialist. Medicare was called socialist. And so now they're calling the idea of universal daycare for American children socialist. I just don't know what to say about that, because they seem to have forgotten that they used to think that Social Security was socialist and Medicare was socialist. Sometimes they claim some credit for Medicare or Social Security. They want to take advantage of it now to say, oh, well, we're part of that. That's not really socialist anymore, even though we would like to privatize those things, but okay. So now we have a new program to call socialist, daycare for American children. Well, it's not what I hear from my constituents. They want daycare. The working class families, the middle class families, the struggling poor families in my district, they want daycare. It's making it very difficult for people to get back to work and support their families. So for those who seem to think that they're going to be able to destroy this great new initiative by calling it socialist, you know what? I'm going to go back and I'm going to quote to you all of the great programs which you seem to be a little bit more comfortable with today, which were called socialist by your predecessors. Now, Mr. Chairman, forgive me for taking up a cause that you have championed here, but there are some people who seem to be incapable of pronouncing the name of our party in its adjectival form. It's the most remarkable thing in the world. When you use it as a noun, then I am a Democrat. But the name of the party is the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party. That's what we call ourselves. So we take that as an insult. It would be as if you came in here and I just said, oh, the Banana Republican Party says this, and that Banana Republican, I don't think that's the correct adjective. I think it's still Republican. We don't just go out calling you guys Banana Republicans like that. So at least I think the chairman has established for a while that we will use the adjectival form of each other's parties that are preferred by the members of the party. That is a basic gesture of civility. Now, Mr. Neal, I've been in a number of committees where I'm hearing people rail about the fact that the Budget Committee wants to increase the amount of resources that the IRS has. Now, when I saw that, I thought, great, because I hear about tax cheats, billionaire tax cheats. I know some people brag about the fact that they don't pay any taxes. And you know what? I read an interesting book about how in a lot of democratic countries, the tax collection service are considered heroes to the country. There are even TV shows, like in Italy, about tax collectors who are the great heroes of the country because they go after the people who are ripping off everybody else. And that's the way I feel about it. Nobody loves paying taxes because obviously we prefer to get everything for free, but we're grown-ups. We understand that's not how civilization works. That's not how society works. But you know what makes me mad? When I see the middle-class, working-class people of my district paying their taxes, and we pay our taxes, and yet there are people who are tax cheaters and tax skates who try to get away with nothing. So that was my reaction to that, but I wonder if you would address the fact that I'm hearing people say they're trying to hire thousands more tax collectors. They're trying to put more money into tax enforcement. Is that a bad thing?
Mr. Raskin, I was the first... It's on, Eddie. Mr. Raskin, I was the first one to tackle the inversion issue back in the early 90s, and we shut it down temporarily. And then when they were able to get around that, then I went back and filed it again in 2003, another piece of legislation, and we shut it down again. The reality is today that wealthier people are paid through dividends and stock options. It's harder for successful auditors at the IRS to seek out that revenue. The example I used before, though, that I think is applicable, and that is the Earned Income Tax Credit. The Earned Income Tax Credit, Gerald Ford signed, Ronald Reagan endorsed as the best anti-poverty program that you could come across. And the truth is, though, you're more likely to be audited today if you claim the EITC. So back to compliance. We should be proud of one thing. Again, on average, about 85% of the American people pay their taxes. Even if it's grudgingly, they pay them. But there is still a pretty stubborn number that use offshore accounts, as demonstrated recently by a lot of good reporting from ProPublica and others. And even on the international tax front, there's another major issue. And I think that we're not that far apart, I think, on how we would like to have profits reported as to where they've been earned. That's the argument. What happens is that you have profit shifting, largely based upon treaty negotiations, where you avoid taxes by earning them in one place and reporting them as having been earned in another place. So when you look at what we're asking here for President Biden, he's asking for an $80 billion investment, technology, software, obviously, more agents, and more professional agents, those who have backgrounds in tax compliance. This is a very reasonable request that we're making. And the last point I'll make, between 2010 and 2020, the IRS funding was cut by 20%. They're a shell of what they used to be.
I appreciate that clarification very much. I want to ask about the investment in kids, and so this would go to Mr. Yarmouth, and I don't know if Mr. Scott is still with us. But the working families in my district have been struggling with the cost of raising their kids. And Build Back Better makes the largest investment in childcare in American history, providing free preschool for all 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds. So first of all, what do you say about the claim this is just socialism, and it's socialist to want to invest in the education of our kids? Is it just democratic socialist countries that invest in daycare and pre-K?
Well, on the subject of pre-K, we're, I believe, the only industrialized nation that doesn't already have it. Most countries have recognized the value of getting kids a strong early foundation. Some of the reasons have been mentioned earlier, that a lot of kids grow up in households where they don't get the attention and don't have the resources that many other families do, and they suffer because of that. There have been studies that show that for every dollar spent on pre-K, there was a $3 to $7 return in terms of subsequent earnings and savings, because they don't end up in need of public support. So the way I look at it, and then we talked about child care and as a means of allowing parents to get back in the workforce. We know there are about 2 million mothers right now, single mothers, who are out of the workforce because they can't afford child care, purely and simply. So you're limiting the growth of that family. But I look at this again as an investment in our future. I know that in some areas where they have pre-K education right now in this country, and there are some that have it, they've had to totally rewrite the high school curriculums because the kids are so much more advanced than the kids before that. So, when we've got, more and higher percentage of our kids are now being born to families of color. Statistically, that means they will have fewer resources than white families. That's our tax base, a generation from now and 2 generations from now. This is all in our self-interest, as far as I can see, to make sure that there are workers who are well-trained and well-educated, that there's a humanitarian aspect of this, of course. We owe it to those kids. If they're born into unfortunate circumstances, we owe them the opportunity to have the best advantage possible. So this is futuristic, it's humanitarian, there's a strong economic argument to be made for it. And again, we're really the only country, industrialized nation in the world that doesn't do it already.
That's not doing it already. I don't know, is Chairman Scott still out there? Okay. Well, I appreciate that. And I don't know why there are those who continue to lambaste it as socialism. I know that President Trump's best buddy was Vladimir Putin, who was the former head of the KGB, and I know the communists hate the socialists, so maybe it's got something to do with that. But this is a democratic program. This is a pro-democracy program, and it's pro-child, and it's pro-family, and it's pro-future. And so, I, speaking as one, am very supportive of what you're doing here, and I will not accept any propaganda or disinformation about this, or about COVID-19, or about the election, which Joe Biden won by more than 7 million votes, or about January 6th, where the insurrectionists did not greet the officers with hugs and kisses, as Donald Trump said, but rather wounded more than 140 of them. And I'm not going to take any propaganda and disinformation about this. It's getting very dangerous for democracy that we can't have a real discussion on the facts about legislation before us. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Can I just make two quick comments again? One is to repeat that so much of the money we're allocating here is to build capacity, is to be able to provide money so that childcare workers can, that the childcare worker's job is an attractive job, so you get the high caliber people. And the same with pre-K teachers. This is not going to be an easy thing to have universal pre-K, but if we talked about whether, this should be, they wanted to limit the income as to who could get universal pre-K. It's universal pre-K because you have to make it universal in order to make it economically viable. You can't just set it up as a voluntary thing and you give people money because there won't be anybody going to that field. You won't have facilities built to house those kids. So it has to be universal, just as we have universal public education.
Of course. Well, and let me just say that that's what works in a democracy. You make public education for everybody. You make Social Security for everybody. You make health care for everybody. You make voting rights for everybody. And those who want to chop the public up into little pieces obviously want to undermine public support for particular programs. Thank you for your leadership, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you very much. I've asked people to kind of vote in, one by one, but I think a lot of people are hesitant coming back because they enjoy spending all this time with us. But I'm going to yield to Ms. Scanlon. We're waiting for Ms. Fishbach to come back. And if you have any questions
Sure.
and we'll make sure that you don't miss the vote.
Okay.
So, Ms.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to pull it back a little bit to the impact that this reconciliation bill can have on folks like my constituents. So in late 2019, just pre-COVID, a regional nonprofit that focuses on public policy affecting children and family released studies of the financial outlook for families in every county in the southeastern Pennsylvania region where I live, including the 3 counties I represent, Philadelphia, Delaware, and Montgomery counties. And the title of each report was Underwater. And that underwater reflected the fact that 4 in 10 families in our region, when they have children, are underwater at the end of each year, if they're median income or below, because the American dream is eroded for them. So this is pre-COVID, pre all the economic disruption. So a family at the median income of $75,000 a year can no longer cover the basics, can't cover housing, childcare, healthcare, transportation, food, utilities, and taxes. So these median income families, at the median income, they're underwater $2,000 a year. If they're lower income, if they're at $50,000 for the family, they're $3,000 a year underwater. Now, the reports go on to make recommendations on how we can boost family income, reduce childcare, early education, housing costs, improve public schools, and reduce the burden of other living expenses, which is what the reconciliation bill does. It tackles all of those things. So the bill we're looking at addresses many of the explicit recommendations, whether it's workforce development, funding for childcare and early education, and housing, significant money for housing, improving public transportation so people can get to jobs, and it does so paying for it without adding to the national debt and without increasing the burden on middle and lower income families. I'm so glad you're back, Mr. Neal, because I wanted to get your input. I'm talking about the fact that 4 in 10 families in my region with children end up underwater by $2,000 to $3,000 a year at the end of the year. So the child tax credit happens to be in the $2,000 to $3,000 a year. So that one thing in the reconciliation bill can really help a lot of our families get ahead, have enough money to save a little bit for education, for college, for retirement. Can you talk about what the child tax credit looks like now in the version of the bill going forward?
We continue it through the rest of this year, and then it goes through all of 2022. And I hope that whoever wins the elections next year, that they're going to continue it. I think that both parties can take some pride in the establishment of it. I think one of the big things that we do Scanlon, is we now make refundability permanent.
And
And that's
that's-
a big deal for people. You know, it's that idea that it's going to be deposited in your account or something, so you're going to know how to plan around it rather than having to use the tax season to try to file in a complicated manner.
Well, that's one of the things that I've found a little hard to explain, is that it's a tax credit. I mean, we're talking about a benefit for families, many of whom maybe don't make enough to pay taxes.
It's a tax cut. That's the way we
Okay.
should think of it. And
Okay.
I think that that's reasonable policy. And as I said during my opening comments, that this has been really well met by evangelical leaders across the country, because they think addressing childhood poverty is a worthwhile undertaking.
Well, the combination of the child tax credit and expansion of the earned income tax credit, both of which economists at our local higher ed institutions have told me are really, really important to reduce poverty, particularly for children, but families with folks with disabilities are both really, really important to helping American families get ahead. So
For the single filer on the EITC side, we think that makes a great deal of sense as well. Those are very workable anti-poverty programs.
good to hear some policy in there. Okay, thank you. I yield back.
Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. Fishbach, is recognized.
Thank you very much, and I'm sorry, I had to run down and vote, so took me a little longer to get back. And I'm, unfortunately, the chair is probably running down to vote, and I had a couple of questions for him, but I've just got some.
Let me try to answer them.
Well, it was actually about what's going to happen, like why we're here, we're
I can't
doing
answer
this
that
thing, that's kind of what I figured. But I was polite enough to ask when you offered it. And maybe, well, I don't know, I've got a couple of questions for Congressman Neal.
Yeah.
And I guess I'm seeing, given that we haven't had time, and I've been trying to go through the summary, I haven't gotten to the side-by-side that they provided, but going through the summary, and I've seen a few places that the carbon tax on emissions might still be in play, and I'm wondering if is it in this bill, or what is going on with
I think
that?
it's fair to say there's a lot in play right now.
Okay, all right.
It's an honest answer, by the way.
I appreciate that, but I'm just, so it's,
Yeah.
all right, we'll just leave it at that then. I guess it's in play, but it's not currently in the bill.
And we have to acknowledge the other chamber. That's what this comes down to. This is not hardly in final form.
Okay, and then one other real specific question, because most of mine were going to be directed at the chair, and I guess it's just the coordination time to get everybody voting. But, and I'm not sure if Congressman Reschenthaler asked about it. I was trying to listen. Did he ask about the IRS surveillance program and the $600?
Yes.
Is that in here?
So I'm glad you asked that, Ms. Fishback. I rejected that idea from the first moment that it was offered in a meeting with the people that were pushing for it. I questioned them immediately. I said I didn't think that was a good idea. And I used some pretty vivid examples of how that might be applicable in my constituency. But I also said at the time, because then they moved to $10,000, and I said, well, I thought we were more open to $10,000 only because if, I use this example, if you took $10,000 in cash and you went into a used car lot and you bought the car in cash, they are obligated to notify the IRS of a cash transaction, anything from $10,000 north.
Yep.
So, but the idea has been dropped. It's not currently in play, and, but while I was open to talking about, higher incomes, $400,000 I think the administration is using, I did not like I was put off by the $600.
So to be
I was
clear, that provision, the IRS surveillance on bank accounts, is not in the current bill.
Well, Senator Manchin has made it pretty clear that he's not going along with it, so I think it's unlikely to survive.
Okay, but it is in the bill that we are looking at right now. Oh, it's not, okay. I just wanted to make sure that language is not in here, and I will continue to go through the bill as we have time, but I did want to just kind of ask the chair what the plan is, because we're taking this vote now, and if anybody has any additional information, but we're taking this vote on the surface transportation extension right now. They've said that this is the only vote tonight, so, and the chair did make it clear that we're not voting on this bill tonight. And so I'm wondering why we have, you guys have been here like, this is going on 4 hours.
I've noticed that, yeah.
And we've got a lot, and we got a lot more people. But see, you guys will get a go after a little while. We got 3 more panels. And so I'm just kind of wondering, given that, this is something that is not going to be on the floor very soon, why don't we take a step back and let people who are strange enough to read everything read it?
So moved.
And I
So
jokingly,
moved.
and I jokingly say strange enough, but I think that we should have the opportunity to go through this. And so that's why I was going to direct my comments to the chair and ask him about that. But if any of the members, the chairs or the members of the majority have any idea on that, I would really appreciate it, because this is very confusing to me. And actually, Congressman Smith is looking for recognition, so do you have something to add?
Thank you, Representative. I would just reiterate what I said in my opening comments, that this hearing is all about creating those fake and misleading headlines of momentum. It's just like how they had the budget hearing a month ago. Thursday, in an afternoon, they decided to mark it up for a Saturday afternoon that went into Saturday night late, just to show that they are progressing. That's why we got the bill text less than an hour before, so the headlines can say that they're getting closer to moving the reconciliation package to hopefully bring more votes to the table. And I would highlight some items that was. I'll hold off on that. Yeah.
Well, and I do appreciate your input, and I appreciate it in the beginning of your comments, I guess 4 hours ago. You mentioned that Congress is very unpopular, and I think this is a really good example of it. And I think now when we just continue to do this charade kind of thing going into the evening, and we'll be here,
Can I comment on that?
Certainly.
When was Congress ever popular?
Good point, but sir, we are not popular right now.
People like their congressmen. They've never had a great,
But I think Mr. Smith said it was a 21%, probably very low compared.
It's been worse.
It's been worse. All right. Well, whatever the case is, I don't think that this is helping any, and I feel an obligation to the people to actually look at the legislation and understand it better instead of just, giving it a peripheral glance and then having to vote. I would like to be able to ask thoughtful questions when I've had the opportunity to read and look through it. So that's where I'm coming from. I really want to do my due diligence for the people that I represent.
Fair enough.
So, but I know that the chairman's not here to answer those questions, but I did want to go on the record and saying that I'm disappointed in this process. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. I think she'll have plenty of opportunity to do her due diligence. So I'm going to yield to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a few observations now, having sat through the last several hours, and many of my colleagues have covered some of these items, but if I can make some observations. And let me thank the chairs of the respective committees for their incredible work over the last several months, and to the rankers for being here and for appearing and engaging in conversation. I was struck a little bit, and I know the ranking member of the Educational Labor Committee is not here, and we get to serve on that committee together. But she said something a few hours ago. She said she was reading from the preamble, and she said, "We the people, not we the government." But the whole preamble is actually about the government. It's we the people coming together. It says, "We the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution." I would certainly not want to disagree with the ranking member, except the whole point of the preamble, we the people, is forming a government to, and on time, Ms. Fox came when I was, but it was to promote the general welfare. Mr. Raskin mentioned Medicare, Social Security. I also think support for public schools, the general well-being and the general welfare of the public, which is carried out both through the states and local governments and certainly by the federal government. That was the whole point of coming together and writing the Constitution, giving us the framework to address the general welfare. And, you know, times have changed. This is no longer the 18th century, obviously. The world is much different. People have talked about, and I think a number of speakers have talked about the challenges to compete with the Chinese and other of our peers on the global stage that we need, in my view, to make certain that we have the best trained workforce, that we leave no one behind. That's the whole point of Build Back Better, is not to go back to where we were prior to the pandemic. It's to invest in the people of the United States. This is exactly what our founders perhaps couldn't have envisioned where we are today, but certainly made the point we will construct a government which addresses these different things. I was struck too, you know, Mr. Smith, I always appreciate your passion, and I appreciate what you had to say about, you know, who gets to benefit from these things and whether the, you know, talking about millionaires getting this and millionaires getting that. But the public school system, I mean, if a millionaire chooses to send his or her children to public schools, they don't pay for the right to go to a public school. We've decided as a country, as the various states, that those investments in a public education are valid for everyone. There is no means test to go to a public school. By the same token, if you use public roads in the United States, I'm not sure there are some toll roads, but generally speaking, we have an interstate highway system. If you're a millionaire, when you get on the ramp, you're not asked to pay more or told, well, you have extra money, so we've means tested the highway, so you're not going to be able to get on it. Or our university system. I mean, there are so many things in promoting that general welfare that are a part of our national purpose. Now, we disagree. I think others have said it around the size of the government, what role the government ought to play. But I think this is entirely consistent. It may demonstrate the differences between the two parties, but there is no question that this is consistent in my mind with the provision in that preamble that talks about the general welfare, just in the same way it talks about, you know, national defense, the way it talks about promoting domestic tranquility. So these are things that we believe on our side of the aisle, that making these investments. I was also struck, I couldn't agree more with Mr. Raskin about, you know, when Medicare and Social Security were talked about, and I've heard Mr. Smith give a passionate defense of Medicare. And I appreciate that, and we support Medicare. And I'm not saying that Republicans oppose Medicare. There were a lot of Republicans who voted for Medicare. Not the majority of Republicans at the time, but many of them did, because they felt Medicare was part of that general welfare that's talked about
Actually,
in the
Ms.
preamble.
Morrell, I would point out a majority of House Republicans did support Medicare at the time.
I think not, but I know a number did. A great number did. I don't know that it was the majority, but a great number did. And frankly, though, there were those at the time. I remember, I think Ronald Reagan famously talked about it being socialism and sort of the end of mankind, and it's turned out to be something that both parties defend rightfully, but was really typified by some people as socialism. But we rely now on it as a social safety net, and I've heard Mr. Smith speak eloquently about the defense of Medicare. Same thing is true of Social Security. The same thing is true of Medicaid. Same thing is true of public schools. I understand that we disagree about what goes into that general welfare and where the government ought to invest. But I will say this, and I have the privilege, too, of serving on the House Armed Services Committee. We're talking about peer adversaries and keeping pace. And those pacing threats mean that we have to have the best trained workforce. We have to make sure that we are on the cutting edge of technology and innovation. And that is a partnership. I don't know that the private sector could do or wants to do it without the support and the partnership of government. That's what we have decided collectively to do. I also just wanted to make the argument, too, because I think Ms. McMorris-Rogers talked about SALT and federalism, which I believe, you know, you talked a lot about states' rights. In New York, we have made the decision as a state, and other states have made decisions about what they will do in terms of local taxation and state taxation. But it goes to the fundamental part of federalism is support for whatever decisions are made at those various states. You can't say we support states' rights, except if it becomes a little expensive, we're not going to let you take those deductions anymore. We're not going to do what has been throughout time immemorial in the United States, since we've had an income tax, allowed the deductibility of those, because that's up to the local communities and the states to make those decisions. It's actually what helps create this federalist system. And finally, I'd say this, that, you know, there's been a lot of talk, and I understand people can have disagreements about where the economy is, how much we've recovered from COVID, what the impacts will be, what the long-term implications of what we do. I think Mr. Perlmutter, I think, articulated it well, where we are economically, and there are a whole lot of economists who are telling us that these kinds of investments are vitally important, not only for the health and well-being of our citizens, the general welfare, but also important to our economic health as a nation. But there are people all over this country, in Missouri, in New York, in California, people who are at the lower end of the economic scale who will benefit greatly from the child tax credit, who benefit greatly from earned income tax credits, who will benefit greatly from pre-K that's universal for 3- and 4-year-olds. This is about the American dream. Healthcare subsidies, so people don't have to worry about whether they put food on the table or can go to see the doctor for a screening, or when they have something that they don't want to get more acute and end up in an emergency room. These are the things that we believe in, and that is without regard to whether you're a Democrat or a Republican or an independent. I talk about this all the time. We're Americans first, and these are investments we think are appropriate. I also think, Mr. Chair, you mentioned this is the light of day. This is part of the process. We'll have these disagreements, we'll have our arguments, we'll ask our questions, and we're not ready today to move forward. We will certainly be, hopefully, in the next days and weeks ahead, whatever it is what it is. But the Democratic Party and even the Republican Party, we should engage in these debates, and we should have these conversations. And now you've got the weekend to read the other 1,600 pages that you couldn't read, but you'll have time to do that. And so I would just say this is entirely consistent with the preamble, entirely consistent with making sure that we promote the general welfare and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and to our posterity. And Mr. Chairman, I thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you for all this, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being here in front of us. I yield back.
Thank you very much, and thank you for reminding us again that it is the light of day, but we'll see the light of day tomorrow, I think, at the rate we're going. But in any event, I want to yield to Mr. DeSagne.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to take some time and have a discussion with my friend Virginia Fox, but you'll all be glad to know that I have no comments.
Ms. Ross.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My first question is for Chair Pallone. I just want more clarification about what happened with Medicaid or providing health benefits in non-expansion states. So what would a person who right now what would the 600,000 people in North Carolina who would have benefited from Medicaid expansion get under this bill?
They would have the same subsidies, the same level of subsidies, and be able to tap into the subsidies for the Affordable Care Act. So in other words, until this bill becomes law right now, if the state hasn't expanded Medicaid, then they're not eligible for the ACA subsidies. If they don't get any subsidy from the ACA. So this would allow them to get the same level of subsidies that anyone else gets.
And so could you quantify what the gap then would be for getting insurance? So would these are very poor people. So would they be able to get insurance with the subsidies, or would there be still a gap in the amount of money that they would have to pay so that they may not be able to get insurance?
Well, I think, look, the reason, in all honesty, the reason why I wanted to have a federal Medicaid program, because as you know, people that have to pay something, which they would, oftentimes make a decision to have to decide whether they're going to put food on the table, pay their rent, whatever. And so we know that 100% of them will not sign up for the ACA, but it'll be our obligation to try to get as many as possible to do that. And, you know, I've seen various figures as to what percentage of that population would sign up that, you know, went from anywhere from, you know, 60% to 90%. But I do think that if you've seen what's happened in the last 18 months or so since the COVID crisis began, is that more and more people are signing up for the Affordable Care Act. And so I do think that not only a majority, but hopefully a significant majority would sign up for the ACA and would therefore have health insurance. But there will be some that don't, which is why we wanted to eventually have a federal Medicaid program that would capture almost all of them.
Okay, and you're not done yet. I'm going to move on to climate change. So I know that the SEP and some of the other things that were in the initial bill are not there anymore. So has there been an analysis of the impact of the changes, the climate change changes in this bill? So we recently, this week, you know, the days are running together, saw an analysis of what the impact on greenhouse gases and other things would be from a variety of different changes. Do you know what the impact of these changes are? We've heard the quantities, we've heard, you know, disputes about who gets the benefits, but basically I'd like to know what the impact would be to the environment.
Well, look, when we originally designed this bill, not only in the Energy and Commerce Committee, but as importantly, what Ways and Means did with the tax credits, the green tax credits that came from Richie and Mike Thompson and many people on Ways and Means. It was designed as a, you know, as a total program, right? The tax credits would get you a certain way, the clean electricity standard or payment program would get you a certain way, and then we go through everything. We mentioned a lot of the things on electric vehicles, the green bank, the methane, you know, the whole thing, and we didn't mention it all, was designed to meet the Paris goals, right? Will it be as effective? Probably not, but I honestly think that based on what I've seen, we'll get to, you know, 80–90% of what we were trying to accomplish.
So it'll be more effective than anything the United States of America has ever done to deal with climate change in the future.
Yes, if you take any one of these things that we mentioned today and others that we didn't individually, they will go so far, and there's so much of an improvement on trying to get to these greenhouse gas emissions that you can be, you know, there's absolutely no question in my mind that if this bill, well, I'll say when this bill passes, that the president goes to Glasgow and he can say that the United States is playing the leading role in the world in trying to reach the Paris goals.
Okay, thank you very much. I have a question for Chairman Neal. So when we passed the American Rescue Plan and included the child tax credit in it, and of course that will expire at a certain point, can you share with us what the current impact of that has been? How many children has that lifted out of poverty?
The statistic that we are adhering to is right now 40% more of children in America have been lifted out of poverty right now, just in the 3 or 4 months that the checks have begun to flow. It's extraordinary. And again, it goes back to the reference I made earlier about supply and demand. People make their own choices, they create their own demand, and it's been very helpful to those families. And I also think that we did something else that was interesting about it that I'm really proud of, despite some of the criticism. We raised the ceiling on it to get away from the argument in America, you're taking it away from me to give to somebody else. We made it more encompassing and more robust, more generous. And I think that was, the evidence is pretty satisfactory, yes.
And what would be the effect, do you think, if we stopped doing it?
Well, I think that the immediate effect, remember, we did it also in the midst of a pandemic, and one other statistic that our friends here have been talking about, I pay a lot of attention to labor participation rates, because I think that tells much of the story of where we find ourselves. There's still 5 million people who used to go to work who aren't working right now. And part of it's because you have a stronger labor market. They're in a better position to negotiate wages and all of those things. But other part is, if a woman had to choose in the worst moments of the pandemic between her job and not being able to get child care, she gave up the job.
Right.
Thank you,
Okay.
gentlelady.
Okay. And then to all of the different kinds of assistance for care, so helping with care of the elderly, helping with childcare, and then providing this universal pre-K. In North Carolina, we've been leaders in universal pre-K. We started with Smart Start with Governor Hunt decades ago, and then moved to more at 4, and it's provided not just childcare and early learning, but really made sure that kids got on the right track. And one of the arguments for having it be universal, and we've heard this, is that you have to build the infrastructure for it. But another argument for having it be universal is that it creates socioeconomic integration in pre-K and in childcare, and that when poor kids only go to school with poor kids, it perpetuates cycles of poverty. So if you have rich kids going to school with poor kids and middle-class kids, then kids learn from each other. Their parents are involved in the schools. And so could you tell me, is any of that a reason for having this be universal?
Yes, and if I could, because I think you've raised a really important point that often goes unnoticed in America. We address the issue of childhood poverty with the child credit, but people have forgotten oftentimes in the discussion about Medicaid, Medicaid has now become long-term care in America.
Absolutely.
There are more people that receive Medicaid than Medicare, and much of it is nursing home care because we don't have long-term insurance in America. So the realities, as you've described them, are helping people at the beginning of life and some dignity at the end of life.
And just a final question about that, and that goes to Medicaid and people who go into those nursing homes. In order for them to get Medicaid, they have to spend down their assets, including losing their family home, including spending down their bank accounts. But with this bill, there'll be assistance for them in their home, so that not only can they have that dignity and can they stay in their homes and can that help their families, but their families will be able to retain the asset of that home, which is frequently the only wealth that our families have. And that will have further positive economic impacts. Isn't that correct?
For millions of Americans, their home is their retirement plan.
Let me also say, I'm so glad you brought this up, and I don't want to take a lot of time, but, I've been so frustrated over the years because what you're talking about is essentially a preventative program, right? You're going to go in the home, they're going to have preventative care, they're going to have someone help them, and that saves so much money, but that doesn't get scored, as you know, right? If we could possibly score what we're doing with $150 billion for home and community-based care, and say how much is saved because people don't have to go to a nursing home, don't have to go to a hospital, I believe we'd save billions and billions of dollars. But, that doesn't get scored. But that's a good point. Not just looking at it from a financial point of view, but also from a quality of life point of view. Absolutely true. We haven't emphasized enough today, maybe, the value of this $150 billion for the home and community-based care. That is so important in terms of delivery of services. And as Mrs. Torres said, in providing a better standard of living for the people and wages for the people that are providing the care.
Well, thank you very, very much for that. And I think that alone will affect so many people. It affected my family when my father-in-law wanted to stay in his home, and it was hard to find that care. And I was a state legislator before I came here, and I will tell you that one of the biggest complaints that we got from senior citizens was that they were going to have to give up their home and give up their assets in order to go into a nursing home. And I got so many calls from people, but there was nothing that I could do about it because the state legislature didn't have enough money to prevent all of those things from happening. So I will be proud to support this bill. I think it's an investment in our families, it's an investment in our future, and it is so, so important for all of our families who are struggling with this pandemic right now, and I yield back.
Well, thank you very much, and I don't see anybody else asking. Do you want to be recognized?
Just for 1 second, Mr. Chair, if I can, just to, out of respect for Mr. Brady, I want to correct the record. You're exactly right about the vote on Medicare. 70 Republicans, 6 yeses, 68 noes. So you were right. It's okay. It was exactly 50-50, then let's say that. And I'll avoid the snark about saying 138 Republicans in the House sounds about the right number, so I'm going to avoid saying that, but I do appreciate Mr. Brady.
Well, thank you very much. It was only 4 hours and 8 minutes. But if you think that was difficult, we have 3 more panels. So I thank you all very much. You are dismissed. You what? Yeah.
Don't say anything.
So, who's our next panel? Okay. So our next panel consists of Chairman DeFazio, Ranking Member Graves, Chairwoman Waters, Ranking Member McHenry, Representative Panetta, Ranking Member Thompson, Chairman Grijalva, and Ranking Member Westerman. And okay, all right, hold on. And our
Mr. Chairman, would you entertain a question while we're waiting for the next panel?
yeah, okay.
Well, I mean, we've obviously reached a point where
you hear?
We know that we're not voting this out tonight. We've had our last vote on the floor. Realistically, we could postpone part of this hearing until a point next week. Nothing's going to change. Maybe the language will get firmer and we can be more confident about what we're listening to. But I would just make that recommendation that we consider adjourning, and we don't have to or just recessing rather until a point next week where we can resume this lovely discussion.
Well, I appreciate your recommendation, but we're going to go ahead with this panel. They're here, and so we will continue, and we're going to begin with Mr. DeFazio.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just off subject, but just listening to the last panel. I actually, before I got involved in politics, I had a background in gerontology. And in Oregon, we used to have a program called Project Independence, and it helped people to stay in their homes. Their quality of life was phenomenally improved. And by the way, taxpayers save an unbelievable amount of money in terms of Medicaid long-term, care. So I just want to just reiterate what went on in the former conversation about how that'd be humane and save money to get on that path. I rise in support of the entire package. I'm certain we will hear that not all the I's are crossed, T's are crossed, I's are dotted. But the section that I will talk about, to the best of my knowledge, having been on a call with the White House today and numerous other calls, is settled. Those would be the things that come under the jurisdiction of my committee. As you all know, we passed a ambitious infrastructure bill in the House twice last Congress. This Congress, real legislative process. The Senate countered with something written by 10 Republicans and 2 Democrats, whom are principal on committees of jurisdiction. It's not the bill I would have written or wanted, but it is the reality of what we can do. It does spend a lot of money to help deal with the background of the backlog in infrastructure, both in transit, highways, bridges, wastewater, drinking water, and other areas. So the small portion I have in this bill, which to the best of my knowledge at this point is fixed, would be a slightly less than $40 billion. Specifically, it would include $5 billion for projects to reduce carbon pollution. The original bill we passed on the House had mandatory greenhouse gas reduction provisions. Can't do that under the dead guy rule in the Senate. So this would be an incentive-based program for states and cities to reduce their greenhouse gas pollution from surface transportation, which is the largest single emitter in this country. And I happen to believe in climate change. And we have to deal with it and deal with it meaningfully. So that's one of the larger portions of my bill. It also has a new transportation HUD joint program. There are a lot of areas in the country where there is proximate to jobs in urban areas and elsewhere, much more reasonable housing than in the urban centers or even the near suburbs. But for most of those people, there is a lack of transportation access. So in order to complement the program that you'll hear about from Representative Waters shortly, in terms of a very ambitious program to provide affordable housing, we're going to mate that with a program jointly administered by DOT and the Federal Housing Administration to provide us to this existing affordable housing and to new affordable housing that will come under this bill. That would be a transit section, $4 billion for social equity. We spent a lot of money dividing cities, and particularly communities of color, during the highway building craze. Some of that's still going on. My bill would have prevented that. Unfortunately, the Senate BIF bill won't. But there are a lot of communities that want to reconnect. There are good examples of the economic benefits that come from this in terms of and the social benefits that come from this. And in fact, the largest city in my state has an area that could benefit from this. Portland. I don't represent Portland, but it would help solve a problem up there, reconnect a community that was disconnected by a freeway in the 60s and early 70s. And bring a lot of economic vitality into that area and also social equity. Two new programs in the Economic Development Administration, which would be a total of $5 billion that will be targeted toward areas of persistently high unemployment around the country. This would both go to rural areas because I represent a lot of rural areas. This was something that the New Dems and Derek Kilmer in particular pushed and mated with a program coming from the Senate on innovation hubs. So these would be new programs at EDA, and they would create tremendous opportunities for economic growth and development in many areas of the country. $2 billion, which is way less than we had previously, but for sewer overflow and stormwater reuse projects, there are crises all around the country. Talk to your local county commissioners or state reps, anybody who's going to object to spending money on stormwater, drinking water, wastewater. There's a crying need for federal partnership, and we haven't been doing that for more than 30 years. $650 million for climate-resistant Coast Guard infrastructure. $600 million to help the port supply chain. We've read a lot about that recently in terms of backup at the ports. $300 million for low-emission aviation technology, sustainable aviation fuel. That's a big cut, unfortunately, but I think it's a very promising program. And then looking at hazard mitigation through new building codes to help communities develop new building codes, where we've found in hearings that there's a 14-to-1 return on investment with improved building codes in terms of hazard mitigation, whether you're dealing with wildfire, earthquake, flood, whatever. You can deal with all those things through better building codes. So if you take the investments in this bill and you mate them to the so-called BIF, we would be making a serious response to climate change and moving people and goods more effectively in this country, competing with the rest of the world. So I strongly urge my colleagues to support moving this legislation forward. With that, I thank the chair for the time.
Thank you very much. I don't see Ranking Member Graves here yet, so we will, when he comes in, we will recognize him. I'll go to Chairwoman Waters right at this point.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Cole, and members of the Rules Committee. I'm very pleased to be here today to discuss the Buildback Better Act of 2021 and to speak in support of key provisions under the jurisdiction of the Financial Services Committee. Housing is the foundation for every household's well-being, and it is a crucial component of our national economy. I know that there are many competing priorities that we've been negotiating in this package, but I've really been amazed just how difficult it has been to get people to really care about housing. To be honest, the road leading to this moment has been disappointing at times, but my committee and my staff have worked around the clock the past few weeks to make the case that we can only build back better by starting with the foundation of affordable housing. Whether your priority is health care, education, child care, economic stimulus, job growth, or climate change, housing is a necessary component of progress in all of these areas. And while this package is slimmed down from what my committee passed, I couldn't be prouder of the more than $150 billion in housing investments. This is truly a game changer. With the largest one-time investment in the nation's affordable housing and community development programs in well over a half-century, Congress is finally taking decisive action to address decades of underfunding. Each of us should feel proud about the investments we're about to make. So let me share with you what I'm talking about. Ladies and gentlemen, we have $65 billion for public housing in this bill. What does that mean? It means that all of the public housing for the most vulnerable people in this country has been in great disrepair for years. I reminded some people the other day of a call that I got from Nydia Velasquez up in New York in the dead of winter time, where she was in a public housing development that had no heat. I can tell you the stories about the elevators that don't work. I can tell you about the garbage disposal systems that don't work, and on and on and on. But I can also tell you that I've paid a lot of attention to public housing over my entire career, even before I came to the Congress of the United States, because I'm very aware of public housing in St. Louis, Missouri, and some other places in this country. And I want you to know that even after I was gone as an adult from my family, part of my family lived in public housing. And I can recall, first of all, Carr Square Village, which is one of the oldest public housing developments in the country, and the Vaughn, which was one of the latest ones in St. Louis. But Pruitt-Igoe, which you've all heard about, the one that had to be torn down, it was so bad. And I also can tell you a story about some of my younger brothers and sisters who played with their playmates on the elevator, and how the poor construction of those elevators was the cause of a kid climbing on top and riding to the top and being crushed to death because of the poor construction, et cetera, et cetera. I can also tell you that early in my career in South Los Angeles, I had some of the major public housing developments in the country where I created job training programs. And in a few months, in one of the big public housing developments, I have some young people that I have to train and to get hired and worked in running the public housing projects and the gyms, et cetera, that stayed on the job after having come out of gangs and who are now retiring, having bought homes, having educated their kids, on and on and on. So I believe in public housing and the fact that we are generous enough in this country to provide housing for those who need to have subsidized housing, that those who cannot afford to pay the market rate rent. And in addition to that, I had about $90 billion in what is known as rental assistance, or basically Section 8 vouchers, which so many people know about. And that not only included vouchers to individuals, but project-based, so that we could get more units that are constructed. So I ended up not getting the money that I really feel that we needed for vouchers in this country to help people, many of whom who work every day, but they have minimal wages. They cannot afford market rate, but they pay their bills every month, every year, and all they need is a little subsidy by the way of a voucher, Section 8 voucher, in order to have a decent place to live. And so I had a huge amount. I had in that, I think I had about $90 billion, but that was cut way back. And I only ended up with about $25 billion for activities under the national, well, no, I'll take that back. I ended up with $45 billion in this section where I would love to have had $90 billion for these vouchers for individuals and for project-based. In addition to that, there's $25 billion for activities under the National Housing Trust Fund. Many of you can recall when Barney Frank and I worked on creating this National Housing Trust Fund, and so much hope that we had for the funding of it so that we could get affordable housing units built in this country. And because of a lot of complications dealing with where that was going to come from, the GSEs, et cetera, we've never been able to really fund it. And I wanted to put more in it, but I was able to get $25 billion for the National Housing Trust Fund, but along with the home program that you're going to hear a lot about from your cities that really work with the home program, and the Housing Investment Fund to drive production of new affordable housing with target investment going to the poorest households. In addition to that, we have $2 billion to upgrade federally assisted housing to be more energy efficient and climate resilient. We didn't forget that all of the work that we're doing must include some attention to climate change. And we believe in this area of housing that a lot more can be done to deal with reducing the risk of climate change. So we have $2 billion there. This also includes an amount for the disabled and for the seniors. And this bill goes beyond just housing investments in bricks and mortar by making crucial investments to ensure families can access and afford their homes. Especially, the bill includes $25 billion for new rental assistance, including hundreds of thousands of new housing vouchers, again, for the lowest income renters, which I alluded to earlier. Additionally, this legislation would help bring the dream of home ownership within reach for millions of mortgage-ready home buyers and began to close the wealth gap, because we have $10 billion in here for what we call first-generational would-be home buyers to help with the down payment that they need. Many of these young people, they pay their bills. They may be in the gig economy where they're working 2 or 3 jobs. They would love to own a home. And if they should get some assistance with down payments, I think they would be good homeowners and absolutely good for our economy. This bill also strengthens HUD's fair housing enforcement capacity at the federal and local government and provides local governments with funding to address exclusionary zoning. And that's about $700 that we put in, $700,000 that we put there. This legislation would also include $3 billion in CDBG funding with specific amounts set aside for colonials and manufactured housing communities, $1 billion to help Native communities, and $3 billion for a community restoration and revitalization fund that will stabilize neighborhoods that have experienced decades of underinvestment. As for CDBG, I wanted a lot more money because the cities love CDBG. They have flexibility and they can use it for assisting in housing development and a lot of other issues that are related to housing and helping to make that possible in the cities. But of course, we had to take cuts there as we did in other parts of the agenda that we put together. With regard to Native communities in particular, I want to thank Senators Serrano and Schatz for working with me to champion the rights of the descendants of the freedmen. And through this process, members of Congress and public are beginning to better understand the plight of freedmen descendants, and I look forward to a future where freedmen descendants can have equal access to housing assistance, COVID vaccines, and so much more. Finally, we secured $1.6 billion to support and grow minority-owned businesses by creating an infrastructure at the Minority Business Development Agency to ensure these businesses thrive. In sum, this bill provides long overdue investments to prevent babies from getting lead poisoning, to keep families and veterans from living on the streets or in their cars, to ensure seniors and people with disabilities can live independently, and to build the kind of future where your zip code doesn't dictate the kind of opportunities that you and your family have access to. So having said all of that, we believe that despite the fact we did not get the $322 billion that we thought we needed to deal with all of these issues, we're very happy to have gotten we have the possibility of this $150 billion to deal with many of these issues. We've worked with the Senate very closely. We have the support of the Senate. We've worked with all of the advocates in this country on these bills, and we have come to the conclusion that this can not only be great for our economy, we can help so many families and children in safe and secure housing, and we can do what we should have done years ago in given the subsidies that are needed for our public housing developments so that people can live a decent existence in them. With that,
Well, thank you.
thank you so much, and I yield back.
Thank you. So we're going to go to Ranking Member McHenry, and then we'll come back to Ranking Member Graves. So, Mr. McHenry, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all. It's late in the evening. Our counter-programming on all the networks is probably Antiques Roadshow. And for the purposes of Congress, as a group, collectively, we'd probably be better off if we were antiquing right now, rather than here in these hallowed halls. It would breed some collegiality, perhaps. It would do some interesting work for the economy. I don't know, might just be fun. But what we're dealing with now is really, I think one of the words or terms is niffle-naffling, right? This thing has been drugged on so long, and we're ineffectual at this hour because we all want to opine, but we know we're going to have to come back because this is a show. Nonetheless, here we are. And I know we have to deal with this. So let me just hit a couple of points. Last week, the San Francisco Federal Reserve released findings on the economic impact of the Democratic Party's American Rescue Plan from back in February. I won't get into the whole economic analysis, but let me just translate the economic speak here. The economists are predicting higher inflation through 2022 because of Democratic Party policies they've enacted already. They put the inflation question back to the bill that your party passed on a partisan basis. So Democrats are already back here again, driving up core inflation, with, frankly, throwing more fuel on a really raging fire in our economy that's driving up prices. So let's be honest, this isn't a plan, it's a heist. The Democrats run Washington. The tax and spend policies here are going to make prices worse. So why are we here today? We're not addressing the growing supply chain issues. We're not directly related to COVID. No, what we're here is really a left-leaning set of policy from the Financial Service Committee Democratic Party members. And so actually, this last week, we had a hearing in the Financial Services Committee, which was interesting to me to watch Democrats debate among themselves how much they're going to spend. And so in the midst of that, let's rewind. The Chairwoman Waters called for, at the beginning of this Congress, $600 billion of spending as a part of this plan. She pledged that she got a direct, she said publicly she got a direct pledge from President Biden for that. The legislation was filed. It was $325 billion that our committee marked up. We don't know why the changes. There was no legislative hearing about the nature of those changes. We had a markup about it. So I don't know what happened. Where did that money go? Where did that $300 billion go? What programs were left behind? What are the consequences of those decisions? It wasn't said publicly because Republicans weren't a part of those meetings. And so without any explanation whatsoever, then the chairwoman had a hearing last week, and her counterpart in the Senate had a press conference to demand $300 billion. And then there was a report overnight that it was cut to $200 billion. We don't know why. And yet we're here today at $150 billion. We don't know the consequences of all those decisions. What we do know, though, is there's not a single reform within any of those programs that we're allocating enormous amount of resources to. And so I'd like to know why those numbers were changed. The chairwoman might have the answers, but she might want to also find out before this committee why those numbers were changed. So what we do know is these provisions do nothing to address the Biden administration's mismanagement of the rental assistance program that we were here back in July trying to figure out a way to work things out. So instead of us focusing on COVID relief and getting our economy normalized, the supply chain issues that are raging and driving up the cost of prices, along with the policies out of Washington, we are marking up a bill, and the most significant piece of the resources will go to 2 states, with the most powerful Democrats in Washington residing in those 2 states. So if you look at public housing, Senator Schumer, his state of New York, will get the disproportionate share of the public housing dollars within this bill, according to the design of this legislation, number one. Number two, the chairwoman comes from the state of California, so does the speaker. They will get the disproportionate share of voucher dollars within the monies we're allocating here. So for the rest of us, if this is good policy, why isn't it for the rest of us? And so with that, I will stop with my contribution to niffle-naffling, and let's get back to real conversations rather than spending our time on this desiccated husk of a piece of legislation. I yield back.
Thank you very much. Mr. Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member. I appreciate the opportunity. Today's rulemaking on the reconciliation bill has got to be one of the most partisan bills that I think that we have considered so far this Congress, and this has been a very highly partisan 10 months. It's a divisive proposal. It comes against the backdrop of a supply chain crisis that is likely to ruin the holiday season for a lot of Americans. And while the supply chain challenges loom over our country, and has loomed over our country for months, now building to a full-blown crisis, the Biden administration has continued to make things worse through vaccine mandates, government benefits that discourage work, tax and spending and regulatory agenda, and that is burying American companies and burying American families. Now the White House vaccine mandates starting to exacerbate that supply chain crisis by reducing a very critical workforce. To top it off, we're facing the biggest surge in inflation in 13 years. Prices on groceries and basic goods are up across the board. And this Thanksgiving could be one of the most expensive in history. Inflation, it does matter. It's plain and simple. Inflation matters. I think Congress should be prioritizing the supply chain crisis over a massive spending bill. And every day that passes, we get closer and closer to a Christmas that isn't looking too merry, at least at this point. Having said that, the majority is clearly going to ignore the crisis and proceed on the Speaker's socialist wish list, which is so reckless and expensive that Republicans have no choice but to oppose it. That said, from the quick review of the text that we got just a few hours ago, I'm not even sure if that's what's going to be debated, some of the most egregious items opposed by the committee Republicans, Transportation Committee Republicans, has still made it into the final package. There's still $10 billion in there for transit and $10 billion for high-speed rail. Since the beginning of COVID, transit has gotten $70 billion. In fact, in a single year, transit received the equivalent of more than 5 years' worth of funding. With other pressing core infrastructure needs, it's clear that transit has received far more than its fair share. Given the current supply chain crisis, a focus on those infrastructure bottlenecks seems to be a much more worthwhile effort. To continue down this path and reconciliation, when we know that it's going to lead to more inflation, highlights the president's broken promise not to raise taxes on the lower and the middle classes. Americans know that inflation is taxation. And these numbers are scaring everybody. You know, when is the majority going to say enough is enough and slam the brakes on the reckless spending? However, it's clear that the majority will continue their attempt to ram through almost $7 trillion of spending in just 10 months, and much of it along party lines. And these numbers are literally scaring everybody. I urge opposition to this reckless spending spree and call on Congress to focus on the supply chain. And with that, I do yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Mr. Panetta.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate this opportunity. Ranking Member Cole, and thanks to all of the committee for being here tonight and giving me this opportunity to, I guess, pinch hit for Chairman Scott and speak to you in support of the House Agriculture Committee's provisions in the Build Back Better Act. These provisions that the House Ag Committee spent, where I think we spent close to 15 hours marking up, they truly represent a historic opportunity to focus federal investments in rural communities, forest conservation and restoration, debt relief, climate change mitigation, and something that's close to my heart on the Central Coast of California, agricultural research and education. This package makes tremendous investments in our conservation and forestry programs, many of which that were authorized under the Farm Bill are now oversubscribed and are actually backlogged. But it's these types of programs which are going to help farmers, help our ranchers, as well as private forest land owners so that they can carry out climate-smart conservation practices as well. Producers who want to step up and basically help sequester carbon or reduce greenhouse gas emissions will be able to carry out those practices with the funding provided in this bill. Now, my colleagues in the West, both Democrat and Republican, unfortunately have recently experienced some pretty brutal wildfire, not just seasons, but wildfire years, as we're starting to say out here on the West, where hundreds of thousands of acres and hundreds of communities have been devastated by conflagrations. The funding in the forestry programs in the Build Back Better Act, they will work to reduce the hazardous fuel load on our national forest system land and provide funds for forest resilience. It's this type of investment in our forestry programs which would ensure that our private forest land owners are also able to take steps to address climate change and bolster forest communities and even urban tree canopies. This is the exact type of funding or programs that Democrats and Republicans have supported in previous farm bills as well as appropriations legislation. Now, additionally, the committee has provided funding for core HBCU research and extension programs, as well as investments that would help our HBCUs and other educational institutions continue to train the next generation of leaders and scientists to help us address climate change and feed the people around the world. Now, as many of you know, I hail from the salad bowl of the world where we grow over 100 various types of crops, and therefore ag research is vital to the success of our farmers, of our family farmers. Now, I admit I'm a little disappointed that the funding was cut, but this bill still provides significant amounts of funding for ag research in programs like AFRI, AGARDA, and for our specialty crops, and yes, even our organic crops. Now, if we want to meet the challenges and opportunities of the 21st century, I do believe that we need to renovate and secure new facilities and equipment as well. Our bill's investment in rural development and energy programs to help rural communities increase their use of renewable energy and make energy efficient improvements on their farms and our rural small businesses. We have also included funding for the Rural Partnership Program that my colleague Antonio Delgado from New York has championed. And we've also built on the provisions of the American Rescue Plan by broadening access to debt relief for the at-risk USDA farm loan borrowers. This includes a renewed focus on providing technical and financial assistance to ensure that underserved producers have access to the USDA programs and capital for their operations. Once again, Mr. Chairman, thanks for this opportunity. Thanks to the ranking member and yes, the entire committee for this opportunity to share some background on the good work that we in the House Ag Committee did. We would have liked to have done more, but we believe that this is an important investment in the programs under our jurisdiction. Thanks again. I yield back.
Thank you. Ranking Member Thompson.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. Mr. Chairman, I'm at a loss of words for today's meeting. I'm having to testify as Ranking Member of the House Agriculture Committee. The Committee on Agriculture marked up our reconciliation instructions in a hurry on September 10th. We were in such a hurry, in fact, that the committee print didn't include nearly 1/3 of the spending that we now see before us today because we didn't have the time to figure out the CBO issues. During the markup, the Republicans offered a motion to postpone until September 20th, just so all members, Republicans and Democrats, could have their say in all the spending that would be within our committee's jurisdiction. That motion was voted down by the Democrats, even after several of their members also lamented the fact that we were marking up incomplete language. It's now October 28th. And here we are again in a hurry, governed by yet another artificial deadline. We've had this language for just a handful of hours, no time to really even digest it. And I can tell you that it is significantly different from what my committee sent to the Budget Committee in September. Pretty difficult to defend. And I would bet that it will probably change again. Why the rush? Why the secrecy? What is stopping us from taking the time to build bipartisan support and vet this unprecedented amount of spending? What's very disappointing is that this is not the Agriculture Committee way of doing business. We've never done business in this manner. We were left to assume the missing billions and relevant policy would be added at the Rules Committee. For the record, our majority has never given us the complete text of the provisions within the jurisdiction of the House Agriculture Committee. And I'm frustrated on the grounds of process, an issue I'd hope the Rules Committee could appreciate. Respectfully, Mr. Chairman, this is a dereliction of process. In fact, dereliction is an understatement. It is blatant abuse. Your committee and mine have become just a reminder, the 2019 Farm Bill, based on over 100 hearings, roundtables, and listening sessions with farmers, ranchers, foresters, and rural stakeholders. This was based on none of that. Now we must all sit idly by as the provisions in our committee's jurisdiction are crafted behind closed doors by individuals who couldn't care less about the many crises impacting rural America. So despite the billions in spending in this bill, this majority somehow managed to again ignore the needs of rural America. From rural broadband to disaster assistance, to safety net, COVID relief, this majority has neglected these needs. These are urgent issues that demand bipartisan solutions. Adding insult to injury, despite my many requests, members of the majority have refused to commit to me that any offsets included in this package would not financially devastate our family farms. I fear these impending tax policies, shrouded in secrecy, will destroy farm families and result on a huge assault on the rural economy and, quite frankly, lead us to food insecurity. For example, a recent study has shown these policies could add $1.4 million to the average tax liability for a family farm at the passing of a generation. Mr. Chairman, from where I sit, Democrat leadership doesn't care about the committee that you and I both sit on, and they don't represent interests of the backbone of this nation, farmers, ranchers, foresters, and rural communities. So they continue to ignore the plight of the very people that feed, clothe, and fuel our great nation through shoddy process, careless legislation, and exorbitant spending. With that, I'm committed to ensuring the American public knows how these destructive policies and this broken process, or lack thereof, will crush their livelihoods and saddle future generations with debt and irreversible government overreach. And with that, I'll yield back.
Thank you. Chairman Grijalva.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the opportunity and want to commend you, your committee, and all my colleagues for the work that has gone into this once-in-a-generation piece of legislation. The Build Back Better bill will invest in confronting the damage being done by climate change by putting our country on a more sustainable and equitable economic and environmental path and creating millions of jobs. Every American community will benefit from these investments, including those that have been left behind in the past: indigenous communities, underserved communities, insular areas, who often bear the brunt of our environmental harms that we are seeing across this country and across this globe. Investments in our committee's title directly confront the damage being done by the climate crisis and take major steps to limit U.S. contributions to that global crisis, all the while creating thousands of jobs. As we deal with the climate crisis, we must ensure that we're also investing in resiliency, mitigation, and nature-based solutions. The United States has already begun to feel the climate crisis in every region and every community. Wildfires are raging, sea level rise is impacting coastal communities, droughts across the West and the Southwest. This year, you have already seen 18 weather disasters that cost at least $1 billion apiece. Investments in the Natural Resources Committee title will help Americans who are suffering today deal with the consequences of climate change. In addition, this bill invests in preventing new oil and gas extraction off the Atlantic, Pacific, and Gulf Coast, and prevents new extraction in the Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. The bill invests more than $6 billion in restoration and resiliency of our coast and Great Lakes, providing needed funding to address sea level rise and prepare for future storms. This bill also invests $500 million in wildfire preparedness and ensuring federal agencies have the resources they need to address climate-driven fires. In addition, billions will go to tribal hospitals, providing access to comprehensive health care services for communities that suffer from historic underinvestment, and that was more than obvious to all of us during the pandemic and the consequences and the effects of that pandemic in Indian country and with indigenous people in this, and with indigenous citizens in this country. Our title also raises important revenues. Currently, the U.S. government subsidizes oil and gas companies that operate on federal lands by charging far too little and forcing taxpayers to pay for pollution cleanup. Our legislation will address both of these problems. I look forward to advancing this important measure. I look forward to continue to advocate for communities we represent and the resources that we steward, and yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields. Mr. Westerman.
Thank you, Chairman, Ranking Member Cole, and members of the committee. I have to admit, I've always admired Rules Committee members. You put in a lot of work, a lot of extra hours. I can see the excitement on your face tonight. If you were only half as excited to be here as I am to be with you, then it would be an exciting time, because I've missed getting to come in person and sit in committee hearings and look people in the eye and talk about the issues. And as we talk about Build Back Better, I think we have to realize that better is a subjective word. What you may think is better, I may think is worse. But I want to set subjective aside to focus on this idea of building back. This bill probably should be called Tear It Down, because the void of leadership, partisanship, and the incompetent policy proposals are doing a lot more to destroy America than to build it. As we speak, scores of cargo ships are idling off the California coastline, threatening underwater energy infrastructure and decimating our supply chain. The President and this Democrat majority continue ignoring the humanitarian, environmental, and national security crisis that is shredding our southern border. Deadly wildfires have clear-cut millions of acres across the western United States, obliterating numerous homes, businesses, and other critical infrastructure. President Biden's botched Afghanistan withdrawal highlighted the incompetence of Democrat leadership, leaving American citizens stranded at the mercy of the Taliban, not building diplomacy, but tearing down U.S. credibility. People going to their local grocery store are seeing prices of food and basic household goods skyrocket to the point that even the New York Times wrote that this year's Thanksgiving feast will wallop the wallet. These policies decimate the bank accounts of hardworking Americans. They certainly don't build, and they certainly don't make life better. If my Democrat colleagues truly cared about making America better, we would be addressing these issues and working on bipartisan infrastructure that went through the committee process in the House. But this bill simply picks right up with the current destructive policies of this administration, leaving American families in the rubble. The Natural Resources Committee's committee title's nearly $19.8 billion price tag alone dwarfs the budgets of 20 U.S. states, and it's only 1% of the bill. Notably, the bill doesn't contain any meaningful bipartisan reforms designed to strengthen our economy, get Americans back to work, or revitalize our infrastructure. It's just the opposite. It spends taxpayer dollars to make things worse, not better. It spends $500 million to resurrect a nearly 100-year-old make-work program first implemented by FDR, creating a new bureaucracy to compete against American businesses at a time when help wanted signs remain in the windows of thousands of private businesses nationwide. Did Democrats even look at what was going on in our country in 1933 when FDR created the Civilian Conservation Corps? Unemployment was 25%, with only 55% of Americans in the workforce. Inflation was negative, not ballooning out of control like today. During a season of historic drought in the West, this bill thumbs the nose at water storage solutions and proven drought relief projects. What does that mean for Americans? Sticker shock at the grocery store and higher food costs across the board. Meanwhile, farmers still face the same issues year after year, since this bill contains zero long-term drought solutions. This proposal attacks safe and reliable American energy production, declaring all-out war against the domestic energy industry. It already takes decades for drilling and mining projects to get through the permitting process. Now, by raising royalty rates through the roof, Democrats are trying to drive the final nail in the coffin of domestic oil and gas, forcing our own companies to take their business overseas, exporting American wealth and jobs, and making OPEC great again. And that clean, green energy President Biden and congressional Democrats keep saying is just around the corner, how's that going to work when you're actively shutting down every hard rock mineral mine in sight? As Democrats force us into the willing arms of the Chinese Communist Party to acquire minerals for everything from cell phones to electric vehicles, America's wealth will be exported and rural communities will be decimated. You have Democrats' short-sightedness to thank for that. The same short-sightedness that will shut down a copper mine that could supply 25% of all U.S. copper demands for the next 50 years, a mine that's 7,000 feet below the surface of an Arizona desert. Give us a break. You say you want to do something good for the climate. Maybe you should talk to us about that. We've got great ideas that will actually work, making the environment and the economy better. I hope you'll ask me about our ideas. I'd be happy to share. Let me put it plainly. While Speaker Pelosi plays fast and loose with billions of taxpayer dollars, while progressive members hold congressional procedures hostage until the radical demands are met, and while we hold hearings like this one on a bill we just received a few hours ago, our constituents back home are making sacrifices in order to fill up their cars with gas and put dinner on the table. Democrats in this body and at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue have only themselves and their wild spending sprees to blame. By the way, does Speaker Pelosi know that you cut her $200 million earmark for Presidio Park? It's no wonder Americans think Congress is broken. It is. Hearings with no notice and a slapdash bill like this one are the perfect example. But it doesn't have to be that way. I urge Speaker Pelosi to stop wasting our time ramming a ridiculous bill through the House that it appears not even Democrats can agree on. I urge President Biden to finally acknowledge any number of the crises facing our country and do something about them. I urge you, Chairman McGovern, to set party politics aside and work with both sides of the aisle to reach bipartisan consensus on something that would actually benefit the country. Before we talk about building, let's stop demolishing. Enough is enough. Americans deserve better than financing destructive policies that will not help but would hurt in the future. Our children deserve better than inheriting trillions upon trillions of dollars of debt. It's time for House Democrats to slam the brakes on their unfettered spending. Come to the table and do something good for America. I yield back.
Thank you. Ms. Waters, did you want it to be?
Yes, thank you very much. I wanted to make sure that the record is correct on the amounts that I gave you. We've been negotiating.
Okay.
First for 100 billion, then for 175 and down to 150. So these numbers may have changed. And if you would allow me,
Sure.
Prior to giving you the amounts that I want the record to reflect, you know, I am struck by all of this false talk about bipartisanship. I am absolutely struck in the way that it is hard for me to even explain what it means to try to work with people who have targeted you for being killed. Our capital was invaded by those who came to kill us. They looked for Nancy Pelosi. He's criticizing Nancy Pelosi. They looked for her in order to kill her, and they came armed to kill most of us. But they talk bipartisanship. They don't know what bipartisanship is. If they want us to overlook the fact that they don't even support the investigation of those who invaded our capital and the members of Congress who worked with them, and they talk about bipartisanship, I want to tell you, I don't appreciate that at all. And I take this opportunity to say it. Now, having said that, I want to correct the record and make sure that the record is absolutely correct on the numbers. $25 billion for vouchers, $65 billion for public housing, $10 billion for the home program, $15 billion for the Housing Trust Fund, $3 billion for CDBG, $2 billion for green housing, $1 billion for the disabled and the elderly, and $700 million for fair housing enforcement, and $10 billion for down payment assistance. I just wanted to make sure that the record reflected it correctly.
Thank you very much.
And Mr. Chair,
So-
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Fishback.
I guess I don't know where all that came from. I didn't hear anyone talking about that, but I do think that potentially Mr. McHenry would want to respond to some of that.
Does Ms. McHenry want to respond?
It's not going to do our colleagues any good. But I'll say this. Last Congress, we did the CARES Act together. We did 36 bills out of our committee's jurisdiction, bipartisan, that got signed into law, on NDAA, on the Omni, through multiple pieces of legislation. And I've tried to work with my colleague, even when she steps out and does TV interviews and says that you should commit violent acts against Republicans. And I've still been able to legislate with her. And this committee is the best example within Congress of having disagreements, but still being able to have the comedy and the fairness to treat with each other with respect so we can do what the people have asked us to do. I don't appreciate the personal shots. I don't appreciate them in committee. But I know the work here is about legislation, not about petty politics. And that's all I heard is petty politics and personalities that are unbecoming of this body.
Mr. McGovern, I don't want to delay this committee too much.
Well, you've already done it.
But
You've already done it.
I question the patriotism of those who do not want to support an
See what I mean?
investigation
All
of
right,
those
okay. So-
who
so-
have.
Take down.
Hold on,
Chair.
everybody.
17
everybody,
violation and the
please,
gentlewoman.
Please,
If the
please,
opposition
please.
can accuse us and talk about
I know
our
you didn't
speaker,
win in your policy,
I
but you don't have to
want
take
I'm
these
gonna,
shots.
Chair.
please, everybody.
to respond to that.
Wow.
First of all.
This is your chair.
fir-
You've
wait,
made
wait,
a decision.
First,
And
first
this
of all-
is
Okay,
a ranking
okay, everybody,
member
yeah. So
and
this is the Rules
who
Committee.
dare
So this is the Rules
to
Committee, right?
undermine the speaker and talk
I
about the
appreciate
speaker
everybody's
outside
passion.
of everything else.
But I'm going to ask people to allow me to say something that hopefully is bipartisan at this moment. Because, look, passions are running high. A lot of things have been said all day today that are, quite frankly, provocative on all sides. And, we've been here since 3 o'clock, and, and I think we've learned a lot from these hearings. I continue to be very proud of what we are attempting to do here. I think it will be transformational. I think it will make a difference for people in this country. I know there were philosophical differences, and I think there's some values differences as well. But be that as it may, I mean, we are going to work through all of this, and we are going to pass something important for the American people. Now, obviously, this is issues have been raised about the fact that the language in this bill may change, and it will change. And I think at this particular point, after 5 hours of hearings, I think it makes sense for us to recess. And we will, subject to the call of the chair, we will come back and visit this issue next week. I think you had raised an issue, Ms. Fishbach, earlier, and I think Dr. Burgess did as well. And I think at this point, I would recommend that we adjourn subject to the call of the chair. I'm sorry, recess. Yeah, we won't be back until, we're not coming back later tonight, let's put it that way, or tomorrow, Yeah, right. So, yeah, you can go to Minnesota and back again. Mr. Cole?
Well, first of all, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for the manner in which you handle our committee. And we are a pretty contentious committee sometimes by the nature of the work that we do, but I appreciate the.
Well, we're a family, the Adams family.
Well,
We're a family.
yeah, the Adams family is a pretty good analogy someday. But anyway, number one, I want to put down the record. Appreciate that. Appreciate my friends. It's been a long day for you guys too. And there's a lot of, as the chairman says, a lot of tension. With all due respect, a lot of internal Democratic tension too. It's been a rough day for you guys, and I don't say that with any glee. It's just the way things are. And there's usually more tension inside majorities than minorities, having been on both sides before. A lot easier to be in the minority, a lot less fun, but a lot easier. And so I appreciate the decision you've made. I just want to associate myself with the decision that you've made. This bill will change a lot. I think that's part of the frustration now. I know it's part of some of my friends' frustration on the other side. They're having to negotiate across the rotunda with their own folks in a 50-50 deal where every one of them is king of the mountain over there. So I'd be pretty frustrated dealing with that. So given all that, again, thank you for intervening. Thank you for bringing it to early. And I think we'll actually know more about the bill next week anyway, and we'll be in a better position to ask intelligent questions and have a more intelligent debate.
So the good news is that people will be free to go. The bad news